Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, August the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Todd, etc. Okay, guys, and let's see. I answered a question, JB. I actually answered you. Yeah, if you're having problems with our charts, typically it's because if you right click and if user browser interface is checked, uncheck it. And if you want it done universally, then just go into tools, click on tools, and then options, and then charts. Tools, options, charts, and then uncheck that use picture in picture. Typically that's going to, okay, great. All right, what is happening this morning? TIVC trading higher to offer sinus pain relief device in retail pharmacies. Okay, so that's the deal with TIVC, another low float situation, up 103%, 1.43 million in the float, 9.2 have traded already. So that is TIVC. And let's take a look left. The next, is that right? The next high is looking left on the daily. Looks like 620. 620 is the next high on the daily chart. Now, this got up to, in the pre-market, got up to 536. But on the daily chart right now, 620 is the next high looking left. Thank you, Neil, in our YouTube room. Big is an earnings play. BIG, big is an earnings play. Big lots. This is an earnings play, and not bad. Next high looking left is 764. Another low float, 27 million in the float. Now, Gravy, I'm not sure if I saw any news on Gravy. GRVY. I don't think I saw any news on Gravy. Not very much volume yet, 39,000. We don't have any float information. I did check. It seems about 2.4 million in the float, which is going to make this insanely volatile. Looking at the bid ask right now, 75.50, 77.80. So $2.30 spread. So I mean it's untradeable right now, but for whatever reason, this is going up. Now GNS, remember from yesterday, GNS is starting to slide here. NIO, big China EV player. This is an earnings play and it's gapping down on earnings. Now, 1021 is the 200-day moving average. So you can see it's sitting just on top of that, 1033. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. The important level for try to keep, of course, but if it breaks down through that, your next lows are looking like around 956 or so. Some instinct told me to back off this one, and I'm glad I did. I almost took it when it broke over 5. OCEA is an earning, not sorry, it's not an earnings play. And they announced a new patent for anti-fibrosis discovery, et cetera, et cetera. So I almost took this one. As it broke over 5. It still had some room, of course, to keep moving. And 8 million in the float, but I backed off. Now, a break over 5, maybe the second time, might get this rolling. The next high is 554, and it is a low float, 8 million in the float. A little more expensive one. This is an earnings play, gap down on earnings, low volume right now, HEI. And you can see yesterday it was struggling with the 200-day moving average. Big gap down now for HEI. Where are they out of? Aircraft engine and engine parts manufacturing. So the next low looking left on the weekly chart, oh, it's got some room, guys, 153.87. So let's say about $6 to the next low on the weekly chart, and that is for HEI. A lot of shares available, 1.54 million available. Interactive Brokers are short. AXLA is the star of the day. I don't even see that one anywhere. There'll be a reason. Ah, there's the reason. Another one of these sub $1 stocks that are just having an amazing pop. After the company announced it was granted a patent for long COVID fatigue treatment. Okay. LFVN. This is an earnings play. Okay. So this is another earnings play, not very much volume yet. They release earnings after hours. The volume will certainly pick up once the market opens. 10.6 million in the float. Now here is could be an interesting one. I mean, they put all the keywords into their press release. So DNA. Let's just take a look at what it says. After the company and Google Cloud announced a 5-year strategic cloud and AI partnership intended to enable Ginkgo to develop and deploy AI tools for biology and biosecurity. So that is the DNA news. And now this is not a low float, 1.25 million. Wasn't this one of those ones that Kathy Wood was all over a long time ago? I think this is one of those ones that she had. But the big issue with this one is the float, 1.25 billion in the float. I mean, it's going to take a bunch to move this. Still buying it? Okay. That's nice to have an unlimited pocketbook. Yeah. So because of that float, I just can't see that it's going to have a massive move. I may be wrong, of course, but in fact, let me do one thing. I just want to check on that float, make sure. You know what? This is not going to tell me because its market cap's too high. Yeah, 2.8 billion market cap. Another one I forgot to mention was PDD, guys. PDD, another earnings play, big one. Big one as an expensive. Another high float, $1.3 billion out of Dublin. Okay, so PDD, a big gap up though, big gap up. And that is, yeah, it's a big move for 1.3 billion in the float. That is a big 12% move for PDD. And now let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Yeah, Best Buy, isn't Best Buy an earnings play today? Yeah, it is an earnings play today. Okay, so it did pop up in the pre-market up to 77.41, pulled back. And the reason I don't see it because it's not up enough or not down enough. So that's why I didn't see it in my scan. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. If there's anything interesting. But see, Triple M is getting an upgrade. Wolf. I'm going to get them in, and then I'll take a look at some of them to see if there's anything interesting. Okay, let's see if there's anyone that has got some kind of a crazy looking price increase or price target. I don't really see anyone. I don't really see anything. Let's take a look at Citigroup. Sorry, at AT&T. They been upgraded by Citigroup. Okay, well, this might be interesting. Citigroup has upgraded them to with a price target of 17. Funny, we haven't heard from Verizon, T. What was the other one? That smaller phone company with the buried lead cables and all. We haven't heard about that for quite a while now. I think it started back here. Boy, it seems like time flies, guys. It looks like this was back in April when all that was happening. Is that right? Where has the summer gone? No, sorry about that, guys. I put the yeah, most of the symbols are in lowercase. Sorry about that. Okay, let's take a look at some of these downgrades. Hardly any. I saw that HT had an upgrade and that HT has got a downgrade also. Okay, let's take a look at Fetch. I just want to see Fetch. I have a feeling it's way down anyway, but let's take a look at Fetch, FTCH. I'll explain you why I'm looking at this right now. Yeah. So Morgan Stanley has downgraded it. I think they had a previous price target of 20 and now they've downgraded to 5. A little bit late, Morgan Stanley. Ah, with well, Costco, no kids, so I don't that's not an issue. So I don't care about buying a 30-gallon tub of mustard. At what point do you consider the stick as a good volume per candle? You mean, not sure I understand the question, trader. I mean, we have a there. Once this market opens, I have a momentum scan that looks at stocks. The key metric is 1,000 times or 1,000% of normal 1 minute volume, things like that. But so I'm not quite sure I understand the question. If you're referring to the fact that I said there wasn't very much volume in the pre-market, yeah, once the market opens, we just have to wait to see. I can't remember which one that was. But typically, if a stock is, and I think it was an earnings play, so typically if a stock has earnings, the volume will pick up over the course of the day. Well, millions per candle, I don't look at it that way at all. You're talking a daily candle. I don't look at millions. Okay. I mean, my minimum scan usually is 300,000. Okay, usually. But if you're talking about a 15-minute candle or a 5-minute candle, I don't look at it like that. You'll see once the market opens. I mean, I'm only going to be looking at stocks that are trading abnormally. And typically, the volume will be there just because of the scans I have. What do we think of GSAT? Again, the 5-minute candle doesn't matter. I don't look at millions per 5-minute candle. It's more of a percentage increase. But you'll see. I don't know if you're new to trade ideas or not, but you'll see what happens in this momentum scan. Okay. What do I think of GSAT? Global Star. Well, yeah, boy, that's a big float, isn't it? 703 million in the float. I think when I was doing my work, I think it gapped up and then it came right back down. That's why I probably didn't see it at the time. But now it is, yeah. So GSAT through the 200-day moving average. Is there news on it? Gold Star climbs 19%, appoints the next Qualcomm chief as its new CEO. Okay, so a new CEO, giving some life to this. So yeah, so trader, just so you know, I don't put a minimum. None of my scans say, well, you must have a minimum in 5-minute volume before I'll see it. None of my scans do that. Looks like this is coming into like resistance areas. This is a big float. That's a big move. That is a big move for a stock with 703 million in the float. And I'm talking about the GSAT. I know Tiger, I don't know. I just don't know if it's going to be that dynamic, but Tiger is an earnings play. TIGR is an earnings play. The China FinTech stock, Tiger, TIGR. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors. We're in for a mildly negative open. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, then a docked channel bar, scroll down until I see show more, and then click on the sector status. Now let's take a look at what the major sectors are doing right now before the market opens, about 10 minutes before the market opens. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE is a major ETF for energy. When you see 77% in green, that means that 77% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close, or Friday, yesterday's close. Okay. So it's interesting, even though we're in for a mildly negative opens, but you can see so technology and communications are below 50%. But that's not what I care about. What I care about right now is where are these guys with respect to the 200-day moving average? Now, we had a nice pop yesterday in the market. So some of the ones that were, XLE was, yeah, so the XLE is starting to drift away again from that blue line. That's the 200-day moving average. I think yesterday there were three that were under the 200-day, retail being one of them, retail being one of them, still underneath the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples definitely under, so those are two, that's two. How about healthcare? I think well, healthcare probably is over now. I think it was right around the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so it was right around the 200-day moving average. So now it's above it. Industrials, XLI. safely above. Financials, that's the one, guys. Now, financials are probably getting closer to the 200-day again after yesterday's. Yes, look at this. So financials are above, sitting right on it yesterday, and now above the 200-day moving average, barely. So right now we only have the two, right? Retail and staples so far that are underneath the 200-day moving average. Discretionary, way above still. I think materials, that was the other one. Materials was the one that was sort of, yeah, they're sort of flirting around with it, but it's still above it. And I know that communications and technology are safely above. Yeah, safely above. And then technology, XLK. So as we speak, the only two that are below the 200-day moving average right now are retail and consumer staples. Yeah, I mean, haven't been to Best Buy that much in the last little while. I know heresy, but I mean, retail is still weak, in general. XRT is still weak in general. Ugly looking pre-market chart for Best Buy right now, BBY. Very ugly. Up, down, up, down. So, I'm not really seeing anything that really focusing on. I suppose I should be focusing a little bit on PD. Well, you just mentioned my Carlos PDD earnings, but I'd be looking on a fade for that one. And then the HEI, another earnings play, a couple of expensive earnings plays, more expensive earnings plays. One's $90, one's 160. Other than that, I'm really certainly none of the low floaters really. I'm not that interested. Just have to wait for this market to open to see if anything attractive starts appearing. I mean, gravy could be, but it's going to be awfully risky. Unless that right now the spread is terrible. Volume is starting to pick up a little bit. I don't see any news from them either. Gravity. I don't see any news for Gravity. There are a lot of shares available though at Interactive Brokers. 134,000 available to short. So it's certainly short supply is there. We don't have any float info, but I did check another website, and so I mean this is what makes it very risky. $77 stock with 2.4 million in the float. Yeah, Carlos. I mean, yesterday the market. I mean, we had some kind of some interesting stuff later on in the day. How is that ice? What was that one that ICC? I can't remember. ICCP, ICC. What was that one, guys? At the end of the day, ICCP. Thank you. Goods. Goods. Here's my voice just cracked. ICCT. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye on it. I mean, if it really wants to break out over 2, that's what I was waiting for yesterday. Actually, it was about a 220 break. Just didn't happen. Later on in the day, it didn't happen. But this is not giving it up. This could be a second day continuation, guys. I mean, it's up 30%. Now, why do we have this on the pink sheet? This is not a pink sheet stock, is it? We have this listed as a pink sheet stock. I do not see that it should be a pink sheet stock. Can somebody clarify that for me? I'm just looking at IB. I can't see. It's on NASDAQ. Thank you. Yeah, I can't see in Interactive Brokers. Mm, Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to find out why I don't recall yesterday that we had it listed as a pink sheet stock. Oh, okay, okay, I got you. I don't recall though seeing it yesterday listed as a pink. Maybe I just didn't see it. Gotcha. Okay, so it's just that our provider has not upgraded or updated. See, the issue with this is, I mean, why I would care is that a lot of you in your scans, unless you have checked, like I don't, changes. So, for instance, I don't check the pinks. Okay, so unless you check right now, people will miss this one if they care. I mean, I just don't recall it being listed as a pink sheet yesterday for us. But anyway, yeah, we have just about a flat open now, guys. So CTLT, I was hearing CTLT. So CTLT, this is an earnings play. Okay, so it's an earnings play. CTLT got a bad gap up actually. All right, guys, less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Gonna get rid of this. Typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit. Big on the move, guys. Big on the move. Big lots, earnings play, BIG on the move. Next high looking left is 761 on the daily chart. All right, we're open. This can be a crazy one, guys. It's JXN. JXN. Low. Actually, it's not a low float. 73 million in the float. JXN. I'm surprised the spread is actually not that bad. Ooh, NIO just broke down below 10. Excuse me. NIO's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average and now down below $10. And the next low looking left is, wow, 850. Is that right? No. 951 is the next low looking left for NIO. NIO. All right, there's the ICCT. Remember, yesterday's high was, excuse me, 471. I mean, this one could just bust out right off the bat here. This ICCT could. There it goes, guys. There goes ICCT. What traders are looking at is this high it hit yesterday, 472. Wow, look at this thing go now, guys. 247. And this looks like this is going to get halted. This is going to get halted, guys, in my opinion. There it is. So this is halted now. Wow, this is. I almost took it, but again, I just didn't don't like trading in that first. Certainly not in the first 30 seconds, but I almost took it though. This is exactly what I was waiting for yesterday. I had a 220. If you notice, my price alert window came up on the screen. I had a 220 price alert on it. That's what I was waiting for yesterday. Now this is, yeah. So here's your halt, XCCT, and 266 potential open. Meanwhile, PDD is an earnings play and it is moving higher. PDD moving higher so far. Pre-market high was 92.46. Wow, NIO continues. Now this is approaching that 950. What did I say was the next low looking left? So the three, my guess is that LI is also moving down. I see XFEV is moving down also. Let's take a look at LI. So the three China EVs probably are doing the same thing. Not so much LI, not so much. So LI is not giving it up like XPEV and NIO are. See if there's any news on this one, BBAI. Big Bear climbs as Wainwright initiates coverage with a buy with a price target of 4. Okay. Remember these days, Didn't they have some deal? Was it Johns Hopkins or something like that? I thought this is way back here. This is back in February. Any reason to shy away? You mean once it opens? Well, you can't chase it. You shouldn't chase anything, but it depends how it opens. For me, if somehow if ICCT it was halted at 266, if it moved down to say open and then it moved down to say 244 and then it came above over 266 again, that for me is a potential buy. Certainly not recommending to do the same thing. So DMS was halted. Also, DMS was halted. See if it was halted on the way up. Digital Media Solutions, not very much volume, barely snuck in. I think my halts resumes. I think my minimum volume is 20,000, so barely snuck in 20,770 shares. Well, let's see if this is going to be a 5 minute halt. So that was halted at 9:32 plus 36 seconds. So if it's a 5 minute halt, be 9:37. So a little more than 30 seconds from now, if it's a 5 minute halt. And here is the potential open. Again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Wow. Look at PDD, guys. Remember, my my bias was maybe to short at some point, but this is just ripping here. PDD. So let's see if this does open in 3, 2, 1. Okay. Wow. It opened and in a big way up to 3. Well, unfortunately for me, it did not break down below 266. I was hoping that there was the resumption. I was hoping, what? Wait a minute. Boy, it is super volatile right now. Best Buy. All right. The 200-day moving average is $79. So it's about a dollar 50 away from that. And that's Best Buy BBY. You know what? BETR. Yeah, that was a disgusting one. I mean, I was out of it on Friday, but didn't they release earnings midday yesterday? Is that right? BETR? Yeah, we didn't have it. We didn't have I mean, it's surprising they would release it so soon, but anyway. So yeah, so they released earnings, and that caused a big. Actually, I thought it dropped way below a dollar. Maybe I'm wrong. Wow, look at ICCT. We're gonna have to delete that comment, Captain. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I just don't want to get too controversial. No idea what you're talking about. Okay, guys, DNA now. DNA is now big, big, big float though. DNA, but it's over two. And again, had some news. Put AI and Google in the press release. And the next high looking left is 219. Did it get down to 77 cents, John? Okay. Yeah, still no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for VFS. The ridiculous market cap that this had. Still more than GM and Ford combined. Now, Big's on the move still, guys. BIG, good earnings play for it, coming into maybe some resistance around 836. This is on the daily chart. Yeah, it's probably something to do with the fact that it was pink and then to NASDAQ and something like that with the ICCT. And there was a merger and kind of messy. All right, guys, first 15-minute candle so far is still green for the SPY. So we have a mildly positive open for the NAS, Dow, and the SPY, mildly positive. And we're getting close to my first 15 minutes, so I can start looking a little more closely. So LI actually, guys, LI definitely bucked the trend compared to XPEV and NIO, the other two big China EV players. LI completely bucked the trend. All right, well, there's DNA now showing up in my option scanner. The next high looking left, though, is 218. It's just too close. If it didn't have that float, 1.25 billion, I may be a little more tempted, but I just find that that float is so big The next highs are not that far away, all the way up. I may be completely wrong. I mean that, they put AI and Google in their press release. So obviously that is what is juiced. I mean, it's up 16%. Well, PDD, I mean, I was wrong about this one. I was really thinking about a short. I would have waited 15 minutes anyway, but this is just super strong still. Now, the next high looking left is 96.49, looks like, on the weekly chart. Might be a good thing that E-Trade did not accept orders, Oliver, for ICCT, depending on where you were looking at it. And again, I may be wrong on the DNA. It may just blast right through everything. But that is such a big, big, big float for it to keep moving. There's 218 is the next high. After that, 225. Nice one. Actually, I didn't even see this one. Well, we've got mixed ones from the AI now for big. One short, one long. MNSO guys, MNSO is it? Just a minute. Wow, look at the SPY. Holy smokes, look at the SPY. Just looking here. Big green candle to start, another one to follow up. MNSO, let's take a look at MNSO. MNSO, China stock, 2-year high. Yeah, keep an eye on this MNSO, guys. MNSO, this is a China stock. Pretty good volume to start the day. It's above last week's high. Ooh, look at AMC, guys. Now, let's put it in perspective. That is like a dollar eight, okay? $1.08 before the reverse split last week, a 1 for 10 reverse split. So really, that is like $1.08. INBX. Let's take a where is that 200-day moving average? 200-day moving average, far enough away, 2378 or so. INBX, I think this has some room. Yeah, 2294 is the next high. So INBX on the move here. INBX is on the move, and it has some room when you look left on the daily chart. INBX. Well, guys, let's see how wrong I'm going to be on this one. The DNA. I mean, 218 was the next high. Is that float? I mean, if the float were a lot less, I'd be more inclined to have done something. But and it's not that it's not that I has to be low float. It's just that when it's such a high float, I think to myself, how much more can it move? As I say, bye bye DNA. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of the high flyers in the pre-market. OCEA doing nothing. Now there are shorts available for AMC at Interactive Brokers, 2 million of them. Definitely some games being played there. I don't understand what's going on with IB. Boy, this PDD just kept ripping higher and higher and higher. $95 now. Next high looking left is 96.49 on the weekly chart for PDD, one of the few earnings plays. Big float, but what a move. Even the spread isn't terrible. Ugh, look at HKIT. Man. I got halted on the way, well, resumed at 8:51 and then just powered all the way down. I'm sorry, you got halted at 2141, resumed at 2084, halted at 1851, opened at 1666. Okay, well, this one may be interesting. LFVN, it is an earnings play showing up on the momentum scanner now. All right, so DNA kind of stalled at around 218. And I know it popped a couple of pennies over it, but DNA kind of stalled in that 218, 220 level. And I was thinking it might stall. Aha, this Israeli stock, guys. CAMT all-time high again. All-time high. CAMT all-time high. Pre-market high was 55. Now again, we don't when we look at all-time highs and not just our program, but all-time highs, you don't look at post-market or pre-market. I think actually KMT was on all-time high here. It pulled back a little bit and then now making another new all-time high. CAMT. Wow, look at LFVN, guys. Just mentioned it when it was just under 7. Big pop up now. Yeah, look at the power of the 200-day moving average. As VRRM showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown, and it got right into that big blue line on the daily chart, which is the 200-day moving average, and it just stopped it in its tracks, popped right off it. 200-day moving at 1707. The alert was at 1704, just slightly under it, but could not break it really. Ooh, I was going to take a look at a short on Holo, but look at the spread. At one point, it was 860, 890. Keep away from that one then, based on that spread. Well, William, you were waiting for BETR to get underneath a dollar. You got your wish. I don't know if that means you're piling into it again. Holo was not shortable anyway for me, Interactive Brokers. So All right. Well, the market definitely is in mini rip mode here, guys. First 15-minute candle green, second one minor green, third one another big green bar for the market. Follow up big day from yesterday. Follow up big day today so far. All right, ICCT challenging three again. I have a feeling if it can take out three, might have another run in it. 325 was the high for today. But of course, the high yesterday was way up here at 474. Remember the one of the stars from yesterday, Genius, GNS, really starting to give it up now, guys. Genius. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers, GNS. All right, big pop right back up. Keep an eye on ACRS, guys. ACRS, nice move. Maybe wait for a bit of a pullback. I think the next high looking left is 768. So that 731. That's good enough. Yeah, there's definitely some. Looks like there's some resistance. 768, 773. So in the say the 770 level, or from 730, that would be not bad. Okay, guys, some of you have been looking at this HE. I have it thumbnailed, so I think it's coming into a 1347 is the VWAP. So yeah, 1347 is the VWAP for HE. Let's see what it does around there. If it gets up there, if it takes it out or gets stalled there and moves back down. So PJ, I think you were all over this Futu yesterday. I'm not sure if you held it overnight or what you did, but boy, that's a nice looking 6046 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for FUTU. Look at the market. What a rip here. All right, this crazy one from a few days ago, VCIG guys. So this is now a reversal, a daily reversal. Uh, Down day yesterday, reversing today. My problem is five. Look at this. Look at this spike. Yeah, yeah, a big resurgence for AMC. Just moving with the market, I guess. No, keep an eye on this GMAD here. GMAD, the next low looking left on the weekly is 51.81. Little bit of room, not a lot of room. It is at the low of yesterday. GMAD, GMED, 55, sorry, 53.12 was the low yesterday. So it's right at that low of yesterday for GMAD. Ugh, another halt though, or resumption for HKIT. So it's been all over the place. Look at this. Yeah. Down to 14, right back up to 22.52 for HKIT. No news. Don't look for news. There is no news. Just a trading vehicle. I just call these are these casino stocks. They're not casino stocks. I don't mean the sector, but roll the dice. All right, guys. Just looking now, see if there's any GMET continues down, guys. GMET continues down. Big level for it to try to break would be 53. There's Tiger, guys. So TIGR, this is an earnings play and showing up on my option scanner. Again, I don't trade options. I'm just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. GMED. Well, again, I'm not trading options. I'm just looking for just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at their option activity. That's all I'm doing. So when you look at Tiger as an example, TIGR, today it is traded 7,900 contracts, and which represents almost double, 219%. Well, not almost, a little over double, 219% of what it normally has done over the last 10 days. And of course, the relative volume is also huge, 23. So just a sort of a twofold way of looking at stocks that are trading abnormally. So of course, if you're a intraday trader, that's what you want to see. You want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Well, guys, PDD is coming into maybe some resistance. I mean, the next high is 96.49 and it got up to 96.44. So you can see that that next high potentially is going to be where it's going to stall for a while anyway. It got within 5 cents. Chico's. It's Chico's. Yeah, Chico's, CHS, actually an earnings play. CHS as an earnings play, just to me, I don't know, it just looks like when you look left on a daily chart, too many areas where it could stall. Well, I think the news on yesterday with Carvana was I don't know which executive or I think somebody some insider bought some stock. I think I think that's what happened. And that was on their Carvana, CVNA. I was going to say Francisco, but it's not right. Francisco. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Francisco. I might. I'm not. I haven't. I'm still waiting on things. I'm very selective. Okay, you. So it was a typo. Okay, that I should be a C. Francisco. Ooh, keep an eye on this one, guys. This could be a crazy one. This is a China stock, CHSN. The next high looking left is 4. And this is a big bottoming tail this morning, has recovered and is at the high of last week. Last week's high was 296. So keep an eye on CHSN, the low float, 3.75 million in the float. And again, if you anybody who's new, I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. Okay, I'm pointing out potential opportunities. If it meets your trading style and plan, you take a look at it. If not, you pass. But you can see that the CHSN, if it can maintain somehow over 3, I mean, it's got a nice little potential gap. To look at this market. I didn't mean to emphasize it like that, but there we go. Okay, I'm just going to say ICCT, guys. ICCT over 3 now. And it hold. Boy, it is still really volatile. Look at the way it trades. ICCT. I'm waiting maybe on a 315 or so. I'm gonna say a clear 300, $3. Guys, I'm really like a 313 bid, 315 ask. Like get me into the ICCT. I just want to see it clear three in a big way, a bigger way. That's all. And if you're wondering why, I mean, I just find, three, any of these whole numbers for stocks under five, whole numbers are, for me anyway, a big deal. So I'm just concentrating on this right now, guys. I definitely want to take it. I'm just waiting for, I think might be a good, okay. All right, I'm in. Got in at 312. So let's see if it has any lift. If it gets down to three, I'm out. That's the ICCT. Again, not a recommendation, just no such thing as easy money. FinFat forever. Just want to this. I'm just going to get rid of that just because we have new people, okay, and I just want them to see that. Don't take offense. No such thing as easy money. Come on. Oh boy, this ICCT. I don't like the way it's getting closer to three. Okay, guys, I'm out of it. I'm out of it. The only way I'll take a look at it again, but I don't like these two topping tails. So I'm out of it. Took a loss on the ICCT. I'll stick an alert around 312 again, maybe later on. Oh, it's a pump. I mean, look, let's not kid ourselves. Of course, it's a pump. No reason for it to do for it. Excuse me, for it to be doing what it's doing. I'm going to give it one more attempt if it gets back up over that 312 mark. And the only reason, again, got a high up here, 224, but it's more about yesterday's high, got up to 470. I think traders are looking at that, thinking, wow, what if it could do something close? All right, I had an alert set for ENVX for some reason, probably did it last week. 1440 is the high looking left. And then if it can take out 1440, 1503. So NIO had a bounce. And look at this bounce all the way from 946 up to 1020 or so. Bank of Montreal, BMO, earnings play. Okay. I mean, the Canadian banks have been hit fairly hard over the last month or so. I think TD definitely went down. I don't know what Bank of Nova Scotia or CIBC or Royal, but there's BMO. Yeah, no kidding on the CVNA. Well, I'm happy for Steve because it's not easy to come up with one stock as being the trade of the week every single week. On the last two, it's not that they were bad; they just didn't trigger. So this one definitely triggered at 41, whatever. And so this has been definitely a nice trade of the week. Well, I was mentioning LI before. I mean, LI when XPEV and NIO were really kind of tanking, uh, NIO tanking on its earnings, and then XPEV was following suit. I did a quick look at LI, and it was not doing the same thing. So yeah, I mean, I can't really say anything more. Followed the market, almost like this is the market. Definitely chase mode now, though. The next high looking left is 44.42, I believe. TSLA, Tesla. Can we hold today? Well, of course, I'm not, I don't have a crystal ball to know whether this is going to hold today, but certainly, I mean, it's just following the market right now. All these major stocks probably look a lot like this. But I mean, if you're looking at, I mean, the next high for Tesla, on a daily chart is 251 or so. So 251.80 is the next high on a daily chart for Tesla. But you know what? Might want to take a look something a little less expensive. And this is a way in which you can buy Tesla, not paying so much. This is an ETF designed specifically for Tesla, TSLL. So you want to buy Tesla, you can buy TSLL. You get 1.5 times the leverage. GoDaddy. Boy, I haven't seen GoDaddy for a long time. GDDY guys, big red candle. The like 70 may hold it, but if 70 doesn't hold it, yeah, it looks like there's some support, between here and 69. So, okay, guys, now this is a wild one. Actually, the float is not as low as I thought. JXN. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is 39.61. So that's, for this type of stock that moves that much, it may stall it. But boy, if it got through 39.61, 44.62 on the weekly chart for JXN, but it's a wild one. A lot of volume though, 14 times normal. Trades options, 1,300, which is 3.8 times normal. So that is for the JXN. Well, I'm just looking at Bitcoin here, and I know maybe this is slightly delayed and all that, but do I see a $1,000 pop for Bitcoin approximately, which will obviously with the coin blast off as you're talking about it, and probably Mara and Riot. LI doesn't sell cars in the United States, does it? Just China or Asia? Well, there's the CAMT guys, another new high now, all-time high, not just a new high, but another all-time high for CAMT, CAMT. Give me one more. Give me a moment, guys. Just got one thing I've got to do. My other monitor. Wow, okay, I gotta make a decision on this, JXN. If there's any news on this one, JXN had earnings on the 8th, so probably back here. The reaction back here. Look at this market. My goodness, what a charge. You know what? I forgot to keep watching PDD. And now you're right. It might just be, oh, guys, ICCT. I'm sorry, jumping around here, but I'm noticing ICCT is now back over 3. The PDD looks like it's coming into the VWAP area. Will that hold at 93.08? 93, yeah, 93.08. So it's about a dollar 70 or so from the VWAP right there. Let's see how far down it gets. I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, can. CAN is an earnings play. Not terribly interested. 248. Yeah, I mean, if I can get through 218, then the next high is 248 for CAN. Let's take a look at BITO. I haven't looked at that one for a while now. BITO, obviously with the surge in crypto. Yeah, so this is ETF for crypto. Big move. Wow, what a move! No kidding. I'm sure both Mara and Riot are going crazy. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I took the JXN, broke down below 350 and got back over. So I'm in at 38.55. It's a little tricky. I have to take fewer shares to put a wider stop on it. All right, ICCT right back up. Okay, guys, back in it. Let's see if this one runs from here now. ICCT. Come on, catch up. I'm looking at that bid ask. All right. Yes. I know Dak's in it a lot earlier than I am. I've traded some out, guys. I'm not gonna take any chances on this one, but I've traded some out. Now hold on, maybe for the for an attempt to get close to yesterday's high. I forgot I had the JXN. Nicely done, Dak early though on the ICCT. Well, it's definitely making my day now though, so that's okay. I don't know, Rajesh. I mean, I'm not a financial advisor, but I mean, what do you think of a workday? Does it meet your trading plan, your style? I mean, it's a little extended on the 15s right now. I mean, as you're buying it in an extended mode. The next high looking left is 240.18. What's it at now? So it's a little bit above that high, but you're buying it sort of in an extended way. But I can't answer a question like that. Does it meet your trading plan to buy something like this when it looks like that? Had earnings on the 24th, so Obviously the earnings reaction was good. So, since earnings, it's been pretty good. But, I cannot say, yes, it's a buy now. Understand, I'm not a financial advisor. Here is the VWAP 239. So maybe, I don't know, you want to wait maybe for a pullback to the VWAP, see what happens. Well, I think is this grace the grayscale court ruling. Z, if you look above, who posted that? U.S. Federal Appeals Court rules SEC was wrong to reject grayscale application for a spot Bitcoin ETF. Okay, and that has just caused a huge surge in crypto. Well, I'm just waiting to see if this ICCT can break 350. Oh, right. There we go. Sorry, guys. That's exciting. See that ICCT pop right through 350. And you might be right, Dak. Hopefully, I didn't scare anybody yelling into the mic. Okay, guys. Well, I've taken most off now. I don't know if it's going to take out four for the ICCT. I've taken most off. And even the even my JXN is starting to work, but that pales compared to what ICCT did for me and hopefully others. I know DAC was earlier. And we talked about this in the pre-market. I mean, the ICCT, the fact that it was holding two and could have a second day continuation. Well, I've got my internal sell signal. Believe me, something that does that. But there is the high yesterday, 471. Well, I was just happy it ran for 2 days. All right, guys. Well, let's see what's next. Well, there's your guy's coin. Boy, I remember when coin was what, $40, $37. Man. Well, guys, 10:49. I've been remiss. Let's talk a little bit about what you can find on my homepage. But first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, the room is open past 3 o'clock now. William has graciously hosting the room after I take off at around 3. I'll always stay after 3 if there are questions, but William will keep the room open probably to at least 4, but he's under no obligation. Okay. So, but I'll of course double check around 3 o'clock to see if he's willing to do it on a daily basis, on a day-to-day basis. All right, so here is my homepage link. So click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. If you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry. 15, you'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual subscription, just let me know. I can get you a better promo for 25%. Okay. If you do take out any subscription, you must do the get started. It'll run you through your first download and install, or your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, etc. Okay. Take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. You must do that. It's the first thing you have to do. Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this together. You can take, you don't have to look at every single video, but I think there are about 38, 39 videos, and it is free. Wonder what my stock of the day video is going to be. I do a stock of the day video. It's free, of course. Trade of the week. It is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday mornings. And this week's trade of the week was Cardana, CVNA, obviously done very well. Big education section is here. Click on that. Here's our guide. Click on the user guide. Again, more information about where there's the getting started. You want more detailed information about alert windows and top list windows, stock racing, price alerts. Price alerts. How would I have known that ICCT broke over 3 again? Okay, I wouldn't have known unless I put a price alert. Sure, I would have known if I stared at the chart, but why do that when you all you have to do is just put a price alert. Here is the getting started section again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Now there was a flip flop. Usually it's Michael Nas today, but me and Chris switched, so it'll be Chris Marley today. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Chris. Again, it's only in about a little over an hour from now. Last, if you want my scan, so if you do click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, just scroll down a bit till you see the scan section. Here are the scans that I've got that I'm sharing right now. Oops. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. That's where we saw the ICCT. We saw that it was up in the pre-market. And so this kind of can set the tone for the day. kind of follow some stocks that were very active in the pre-market. Here is the halts resumes over here, the momentum scan right up here, the abnormal option activity right here. And there are some scans that you cannot see on my other monitors, but I am sharing them. The daily reversal. I usually love this one. I haven't had a real chance to look at this one today, but the 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. So a lot of scans I'm sharing. Now, as always, all I ask is this: if you are going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, if you save my homepage link and then you use my code, great. The reason being is that this is a free room. So every time somebody uses my code to take out a subscription, the room gets credit. Company likes to see that the room is working and that, obviously we use it as a marketing tool. And there's a cost associated to doing it though. So the more people that use my code when they take out a subscription, the better. Keeps the room free. Okay. Also, if you save my homepage link, you can take a look at my scans anytime you want, and also the education section anytime you want. So now, again, if you are new, so the scans that I am sharing, this is an example of one, the momentum scan. So if I right click on it and click on configure and click on summary, this is what the scan is looking for. Okay. Now, there are many screening pieces of software out there. Okay. But where we really shine is as a real time alert machine. So this is the screening aspect. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Somebody asked in the pre-market about candles and all that. Well, this gives it the momentum. Okay, so the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes of 400%. Look at this TSHA. I'm probably missing this one, but that's okay. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really, really good at. So Noah, as an example, and here's the time. So the last time that any stock met these filter requirements was at 10:52, and the price was 13.83 for Noah. The next time a stock meets these filter requirements, we'll see it right at the top. So if you take my scan, if you like it the way it is, great. Otherwise, you can always make adjustments, of course. Maybe you don't like that price range. You can change it. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. You can change it. As you get used to maybe using trade ideas and look at some of the filters that we've got, maybe you add one in, maybe you take one out. Or you can use it just as it is. This is what I like to see. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what you have to see. Okay. And if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I right click on this alert window and click on configure again. Instead of clicking on summary, though, I will click on search. And these are all of the real-time alerts we have with new high and new low of the day right at the top. We have a lot of different real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, you will see these are the filters that we've got. Now, don't get hung up or influenced by how many we've got, thinking, well, how am I going to learn this program? I can't learn all those filters or alerts. You don't have to. All right. We have so many just because we've got lots of customers, lots of different trading styles. So we felt, we have created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So there's no programming language to learn if you do want to build your own scans from scratch, or if you want to take mine and modify them. Okay. Meanwhile, well, the little piece I got left of ICCT, nice call, Dak, by the way. Thinking that, hey, it might take out yesterday's high. Crazier things have happened. Is Chewy showing up on my option scan? If you don't see it, it's not showing up. But let's take a look. So the reason it's not showing up, Kishore, so it's a question in the YouTube room. Is Chewy showing up on the option scan? Well, it does meet the barely. It does meet one of the criteria for it to show up in this option scanner or the abnormal option activity. It's got to be at least 150% of normal. In other words, 1.5. Okay, 1.5 ratio, 150%. So you can see, yes, it's just sneaking in, but the relative volume isn't high enough. You also have a filter. One of the filters in here, the relative volume also has to be at least 3. So it is not. Now, if you say, well, and so here's a great example. If you took this and you say, well, I don't care that much about the relative volume, well, you can take it out. You'll get more alerts, definitely, but maybe that's what you want. Now you see how the price alerts window works, guys. I don't know why I put a. Oh, that's from yesterday, NVCR, guys. So this could be interesting. NVCR, it's above yesterday's high. I must have put an alert, a price alert at yesterday's high, and when it triggered, notice how my price alerts windows popped up on my screen. So you don't have to have doesn't have to take up any screen space. In fact, I don't want it to take up any screen space. Not not because I don't have it, but I'd rather have the pop-up aspect so I won't miss it. In other words, I won't miss an alert because it's going to pop up on my screen. And very simple to put price alerts. If I want to put a price alert for this one, what are we at? 2110. So let's just put it a little bit above. Maybe it'll trigger immediately. You'll see what I. And by the way, all I did was this. You just move your mouse and get that dotted line wherever you want the price. And then you right click. There you go. See how it popped up on the screen? Hit the price alert. Just popped up on the screen. You cannot miss it. And that's how I found. Well, I didn't find the ICCT, but how I was monitoring it was by putting a price alert. Remember, I took a loss the first time, and I said, well, if it gets back over 3, I want to know about it, and that's all I did. All right, guys, I'm definitely interested in this NVCR. I mean, it's above yesterday's high now. Got hammered down, I believe. No, I can't remember why. I thought it might have been an earnings play. So it's above yesterday's high, which is 2096, over the whole number, 21. Let's see how good Dak's crystal ball is for the ICCT. Wow, it's already at yesterday's high now. Wow, just took it out, 470. Well, guys, do you remember not long ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, I said I was abandoning these low float crazy ones. And it's because we were, we were still in earning season. We had a couple of, well, we had 3 or 4 weeks where all the attention was on all the stocks releasing earnings. And I said, that's it for me on the low floaters. But there will come a day where we'll get back into them. Guess what? We're back. NVCR guy, even NVCR is on the move here. JXN is even giving me a little. Well, the interesting thing too is that look at the volume today. I mean, it's going to more than be double easily. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's already at 24 million. Yesterday's volume was 11 million. And I'm talking about the ICCT. NVCR guys, look at this one. JXN, I mean, it's listen, it's giving me a little bit. NVCR is just ripping for me. Wow, we need more days like that. Exactly, Carlos. This is a completely different day from yesterday, at least for me. And it's not just because I've done pretty well on a couple of stocks. It's just overall there's just more activity. There's a lot, quite a few things to choose from with decent trend continuation. That's all we ask. So anybody new here, you can ask questions. By the way, don't worry about thinking you're going to interrupt me while I'm trading. If I can't answer a question because I have to concentrate, I'll let you know. But feel free to ask questions all day long. That's why we're here. And if I can't answer, usually I'll be able to find somebody else who will be able to answer, one of the other traders that trade ideas, or somebody in this room. You know what? I'm just going to get rid of the JXN. I mean, made a few cents on it, but I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't want to follow it anymore. I've got to watch the ICCT. Don't have that much left, but I still have enough that if it keeps going like this, you see, with this ICC, well, you know what the difference is, and I thought I kind of hoping that BETR was going to do what ICCT is doing now, last week. The huge difference has to be the float. Has to be. I mean, there are other factors, I'm sure, but what is 5.5 million as far as I can see for ICCT? And I think this was the killer, guys, for the better BETR. Roughly 200 million shares were unlocked and freely tradable. Now, it doesn't mean that they all dumped them, but I mean that was the in my opinion anyway, that's the reason why BETR just hasn't done it. All right, Galt, let me private message you, okay? Oops. Just give me a moment. Hey, Galt, can you see that I've been private messaging you? Okay, great. Wow. Well, I don't want to hear any moaning from you ever again, Dak, about anything. Wow, look at that ICCT now. Holy. Did I trade any? Yes. I guess you must have just showed up. I am surprised it has not been halted. I mean, it's not been halted obviously because it did not trigger. The math didn't trigger, but Wow. Okay, guys. Is it halted? I'm just no, it is not halted. I mean, I'm just watching. It's not really trading, but it's not halted. No, talking about the ICCT. Even I got out of the JXN. Even the JXN, though. And look at the NVCR guys. I mean, it's been a great day. I mean, just a lot of the things that I were triggering yesterday in a similar way just did not have the same move. Not like today. And the market was up yesterday, so it's not like this is just because the market's up. The market was up. Yes, the market was up yesterday. Seems like a year ago. I mean, remember, I got into this one at 312. I took a loss early, right around here. Got in when it popped over three, right in this area here. Took a little loss. Set my price alert again over. I think it was at 315. I set my price alert at 315 and got in around 320. And the rest is history. And I'm out everything now, guys. Now that you got to be out now. And that's what I was worried about at any point along here, because yeah, when you say there was no sell signal, the problem is when it sells, it sells. You know, it just absolutely sells. And so you have to be really quick. But I'm happy enough with what I did. Would I've liked to have held absolutely everything and got out at the absolute top, of course. But so Carlos, you're new on the channel, but are you new to trade ideas? Do you actually have our program? Yeah, I'll give Dak a little leeway today. I mean, yes, I mean, obviously, this is specific stocks, not for just your general what you're thinking. But this is a special day. Okay, not too many rules in the room. We have a few tabs here. Specific stocks only. General market talk. You have some questions for me. Here's my home page. We don't talk about how much money we made, how many shares we take. I think with the BETR, that we'll have to get a better handle on the actual share structure, okay? Like what is actually out there. Meanwhile, NVCR, which I mentioned just when it took out, I mean, this is a daily reversal, guys. This is on my daily reversal scan, okay? Which I just had. Oh no. Oh good. I thought I deleted it. Or not deleted, but close it down. This is my daily reversal scan. And so I mentioned the NVCR. There was the alert at 10:59 Eastern time. The price was 20.96. So when I clicked on it, and I also had set a price alert at the same time. I had set a price alert. I didn't realize it. Remember, my price alert window popped up on my screen. And with the daily reversal, well, it should be obvious what it does. Here's a stock that was down yesterday and it's reversed today. That's what it's looking for. I'm trying to figure out where I found that JXN though. I'm not in it anymore. I wish I still had some, but I can't remember where I found the JXN. Oh, right up here, right in front of me. People ask me, where did you see it? Well, it's right here. So the original alert was at 38.26. This is how I like to see things also. You notice I've got, and I do share it, the don't repeat. So why I like to have the don't repeat, and this is the repeating version of the same scan. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, where was the first alert for JXN? What time and what was the price? What has it done since then? Okay, that's the reason why I like the don't repeat. Because sometimes I might miss something and I wonder if it's moved at all. So I can click on the alert and see what's happened. And if it hasn't moved very much, could give me an opportunity to get back in or to get in the first time. Oh, I don't expect anything, Carlos. Do I expect it to keep moving? I don't expect anything. For me, 30, whole numbers for me are always an issue. So, I've taken some off already. That's on the NVCR. You look at the NVCR, I always find that whole numbers and I know it got through it, but I've taken some off. Now, where could it go? I mean, if you listen to me enough, you'll hear me always talking about looking left. So all I do, very, very, very simple style of trading. When I get an alert, of course, I'm checking the pattern. I don't want to necessarily chase something, but the first thing I do really is I look left on a daily chart to see where could it go until it hits that next high. Because remember, most virtually all my alerts are at the high of the day. Okay. And if I want to short, they're at the low of the day. So I'm always looking left. Okay. If I took this trade, where could it go before it hit that next high? Well, obviously it's way far away. But I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I don't expect it to do anything. I'm just going to, my only expectation sometimes is as stalling at the whole number. Boy, this turned out to be an awesome trade that I'm not in anymore. Seriously. And, look left. That's all I did. I looked left and it had room. 39.61 though is the next high. If I and why I have a weekly chart up here, well, this is a great example. So when I look left on the daily chart for JXN, I can't see anything when I look left, right? All the prices are below the current price on the chart, right? So I can't see anything. I can't see where the now could I scroll on the daily and find it? Yeah, but what I like to do is just have the weekly up. So if I can't see the next high in the daily, and then I check the weekly. Now, if all of these prices on the weekly were below the current price, then I would probably scroll on the weekly just to do a check. But most of the time, if I don't see anything on the daily, then I can just take a quick look at the weekly. Oh. Hey guys, I'm back. Look at Mara. So all to do with this all this Bitcoin stuff. Yeah, wow, what a move. What a move for Mara. 30%. Okay, 25%. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 15 or so. All right, GTES. I had a price alert set for some reason. Created on August 10th. Let's see why. You can see. So the high right there is 1207. So when we look left, the next high is 1282. A little bit of room, but the 200-day moving average is at 1276. So there is some room for GTES to keep moving if it wants to. It broke through the VWAP. 1270, $12 is the VWAP. So this has a chance too. Look at DNA. Now DNA is challenging that 218 level again. Whew, I'm exhausted, guys. It's been a mentally draining day. On the positive side, positive exhaustion and negative exhaustion. So I'm interested in this one. I definitely am interested in this one. What's the volume like? Yeah, here's the issue. Right now, here is the issue. The volume is pretty light. Okay. It's not the actual volume, 251,000 shares, but look at the relative volume, 0.64. So it's not trading normally. One would be normal. So it is less than normal. So consequently, I'll probably disregard it unless the volume really picks up because it's got that beautiful look to it. Yeah, it's too bad. I wish this relative volume were higher because this has just got such a great look. Good spread. GTES has got a great spread, only a penny. Wow, 11:30 already. Okay, guys. So in about half an hour, Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. I'll be taking a break for about an hour between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Now, believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert for ICCT at the high of the day. Believe it or not. And why would I do that? Well, been around trading for a few years, and a lot of times what can happen is that towards the end of the day, if a stock takes out the high, especially something like this, takes out the high of the day, it can really create a lot of enthusiasm again. And of course, because it's so new, I mean, wow, lifetime range 125%. So in theory, it's an all-time high. I don't know what it was. This is a very strange one. It was a merger, went from the pinks to NAS. It wasn't the typical SPAC. But anyway, yeah, just going to stick an alert up here, and it takes it out later on in the day. We've seen this happen so many times that that's all it takes. And you can see that the highs are almost the same. 750, well, in fact, not almost, they are the same. So a takeout of 750 at some like towards the end of the day, I could get it running again. But all I do is put a price alert and then that's it. I don't have to stare at it. Do they? A tweezer top? Okay. Okay, now Menso, MNSO, I know I saw this one earlier in the day. Yeah, I just don't brand things. People ask me, do you do cup and handles? Do you do this? Do you do that? I really don't look at patterns at all or give them names. Nothing wrong with it, of course, if you do, but I don't really pay that much attention. People ask me, what do you think of this sort of a pattern? And they give it a name. And the shooting star, I really don't pay that much attention to any of that. So this actually just showed up on the auction scanner now, MNSO. So this is a 2-year high now for MNSO. So again, here's a situation where if I look left on the weekly, I cannot see anything. So I will back out the weekly and then take a look to see where the next high is. So it looks like we have to go a little over 2 years ago, back in May of 21, before we see the next highs for MNSO, which were 27.22. So it does have some room if you look at the highs on a weekly chart. All right, guys. Again, I'm just going to take a bit of a pause here now. Don't plan to do anything before my break, really. Look at this spy. Wow. What a move. So this was also a daily reversal, guys. Yeah, look at this one, APLS. This is a daily reversal also. Um, 11:16 was the alert again, Eastern time, 39.94. And you can see why. Had a nice day yesterday, a down day today. And where are these lows here? Is this a buyout? Looks almost like a buyout the way it's trading. Okay, just corporate restructuring. Okay. Now the next low looks like 38.72 is the next low. If it takes out 38.72, Then the next low is way under here at 30.57. Something, this is almost the way it's trading. It's almost like if this was a buyout of some sort. Maybe not. Yeah, definitely green. Definitely an exciting morning. So what I'm going to do with this one is stick an alert. I'm going to have to read up on this one a little bit more. 38.72. So I'm going to stick an alert at 38.72. Price alert. Yeah, and just see if it happens. I have to find some news on the 23rd. All right. Well, unfortunately, I cannot find any news on this one other than the fact that that's what it did on the 23rd. There had obviously there was some news for APL, sorry, APLS right here on that day. There was some news. Yeah, I just keep looking left, Carlos. I just keep looking left on the daily chart until I can see where the next low is. If I'm going to short something, if it's too close, I won't take this one, for instance, because it's to me the big move. If it's going to make a big move, would be taking out 38.72, so a dollar away. Because if it takes out 38.72, I mean, look underneath. The next low is right down here at 30, so it may not happen. Well, look at DNA, guys. Again, I just have this feeling, how can it keep moving higher with that float? But so the next high looking left is 227. And then if it somehow cracks that, 245. So, and it had some news, AI in the press release and Google. Well, you can see why I got this phobia about whole numbers, guys. I mean, there's the NVCR. And yeah, it poked its head just a little bit above that whole number of 22, but it did not hold. And look at it now. So that's why, I mean, there's, I just have a phobia about whole numbers. And you'll always hear me talk about taking some stock off before a whole number. I'm out of it now completely. Obviously, I wish it kept going, but so what are the times? So the YouTube room is open between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, Monday to Friday. Okay. We do have another trading room though, Carlos. You might, if you're looking for more, a little more action in terms of interaction between or amongst traders, we do have another, we have a trading room. They see my screen also, they hear me. You guys on YouTube have just a slight delay, but there's just not as much action. But this is what it looks like. Okay. Well, a lot more activity. That room is open usually by 8 o'clock, usually earlier. And one of the people in the room now keeps the room open past 3 o'clock also. Hey guys, give me a moment. Just gotta stretch my legs. Just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. And as always, guys, because this is a free room, you can invite your friends and family. Come on into the room, even if they're not traders. They might have an interest in just hearing about, the market in general and see what it's all about. Not just my talking, of course, but all the great traders we have in the rooms. Big still has some, well, not so much on the daily chart though, but certainly on the weekly chart. If it can, if you forget about all this stuff, take a look at the daily though. 836 is the next high, and then 870, which is kind of that area here on the weekly chart, 896 ish. So big could still have some room to go for the rest of the day. It's above that magic eight. It's above the VWAP. It's an earnings play, so it's going to be active all day. 27 million in the float, 26 times normal volume. Of course, it's an options play also. Look at that, six times, 6.3 times the normal option activity. Before I take my break, I just want to do show because people say, well, you don't trade options, but what do you guys have for options? So we don't scan for options. So if I click on search, and I'm just going to type in options. So we have some obvious filters. We have the put call ratio, options volume today, the put volume today, the call volume today. So with this option volume right there, contracts, That is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, total of puts and calls. And then this is the key one right there, option volume today percent. So for instance, if you use option volume today percent and you put minimum of 300% as an example, if a stock has traded on average over the last 10 days, say 5,000 contracts a day, for you to see that stock today, it will have to be trading 15,000 contracts, 300% ratio of 3. So that's why I'm saying this is a great scan, I think, because it just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And some who trade options, especially obviously I would say more for intraday option trading. At least if you're going to do that, then you should want to be able to find the stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So if you're looking to trade intraday option, then I think this is probably a pretty good scan to have. And we have another halt. Well, this crazy little one, this GLG. Ugh, remember this one yesterday? Oh my gosh, they're doing a financing kind of stock. Are they doing a financing? I mean, there's usually some news associated with something like this. Yeah, good for you, Carlos. Yeah, I don't trade options at all. There's got to be something going on with this GLG guys. It got halted on a huge move down. This is after a few days. I mean, it started what about a week and a half ago at 40 cents, got up to $1.14. I don't trade stocks under a dollar, but I probably saw this when it broke over a dollar. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris. He's not there yet, but he should be there anytime now, within 10 minutes anyway. Put the YouTube link in, and Chris will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Always good, I think, because we got 5 days of the week. We've got five different traders that take over for me between 12 and 1 during the week. We all have different trading styles. I'm certainly the most active of the group, but we have different trading styles. So I think it's always of interest to head over and listen to a different trading style. Meanwhile, other than a minor pullback here by the SPY, 10:30 to 10:45 or 11 o'clock, just an absolute rippage day. Remember these days, guys, it was all over. It was all over. It was going down to 400, and the SPY was just dropping, dropping, dropping. You know, look at ICCT, guys. ICCT, and it's got some bottoming tails now that there could be very interesting. Give me a moment. So we have Yeah, we've got some bottoming tails here. So obviously on that candle, when the big sell-off happened, it got down to 517. The next candle, the sellers knocked it down to 553. The next candle, the sellers knocked it down to 577. But the buyers have remained relatively steadfast and keeping these are all higher lows. And so that's why I'm saying at some point, if it does take out that high of 750, it could rip again. I don't anticipate like the same percentage type rip that it made from 3 to 750, but it could get going again. Okay, GLG just resumed. I mean, they had some news yesterday regarding signs a deal to develop energy storage battery project in Southeast Asia. So maybe it's off. I mean, something's happening. A lot of times when you see this sort of a move intraday, though, it's because they're doing a financing. Which, as those of you who've been in the room long enough, that is my huge pet peeve. Companies doing financings during market hours. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. Chris usually shows up a little bit early, so I'm going to just put my announcement in and put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now in the main room. I'll just wait for Chris now to show up in the other room, in the YouTube room. And let's see. Just kind of watching. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea. Pull back to the 15-minute. Oh, EMA. Yeah, normally well, it depends. I mean, you want to use an EMA? I know Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, he likes the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. Look at this GLG. This is just, I mean, it's basically wiping out almost all these days of work that it took to get from 43 cents up to $1.14. It's basically almost wiping that all out in well, less than about 10 minutes. Unbelievable. Keep looking to see if they're announced a financing. Okay, guys, there's the ICCT. Now, I hope it doesn't take out 750 while I'm on my break. The volume is getting good too. I mean, the volume is I mean, it is not as stellar as it was earlier, but it is still decent volume for ICCT. Oops. Christopher, just give me one moment.
Yes, I apologize for
That's
my
okay.
tardiness. I've been
Well, your tardiness because you've been wheeling all your cash that you made in ICCC down to the bank, right?
that absolute
Isn't that what you did?
wheelbarrow after wheelbarrow, just printing right out of the screen.
Just give me one moment. One moment. I'm typing all this into Slack. Okay, Chris. Yeah, that's unfreaking believable, that ICCT. And I keep saying, look at it. I mean, I think it's going to take out that high of 750, and it could romp from there.
Yeah, all
Look
I
what
can
it's
do is
doing.
watch. All I can do is watch.
All right.
Not my day today, Barry.
Okay. No, I understand. Believe me, I do follow.
Yeah, oh, I know you do. Anyways, you go take a break.
I will take a break.
This
Thanks.
gets me an actual break too.
Okay.
I'll
Okay,
talk
Chris.
a
Thanks.
little bit. You got it. All right, everybody. So happy Tuesday. Michael and I making a switch again this week here. Yeah, heck of a day today. Markets in rip mode again. Things look real solid. Nothing changes sentiment like price, as the old saying goes here. So I've had my eye on a few things today. I haven't really been able to trade, unfortunately, tasked elsewhere. But I don't know. This pullback here and this movement here looks like 450. We're likely to test that again on the SPY. Is it foregone conclusion? No, nothing's ever foregone conclusion. But I think it's high probability we test that there. Qs. Kind of at more of a resistance level, I'd say, already with the Qs. We'll see what happens here. Sorry, I kind of just jumped right into things. My brain is all over the place right now. It's a support session here, so make sure you folks throw in questions for me, please, 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 please. I've just gotten used to over the last several weeks that there isn't a ton of questions, at least at the start. So I kind of just start going into some things I'm looking at in markets and whatnot to keep some relevant content going while you all kind of formulate the questions that you're looking for. So, but please interrupt, fire those questions into the chat panel for me. I'll get right to them the best that I can. There was several people I was in some support chats with today that had some questions on. One had some questions about backtesting. One had some questions about some different scanning ideas. So if you folks are here joining me, please make sure you get those questions in so I know that you're here. I'm always a big fan of you folks driving the content of these support Q&As. I feel like everybody gets a lot more out of those when we do. So with that said, I'll jump back into some market thoughts and scan thoughts, things that are coming through scans for me and whatnot. And like I said, I'm happy to be interrupted. I just want to make sure that I keep things as informative and relevant as I can while no other questions are coming in. So there's the Qs are on the move right there. Diamonds, real quick. Yeah, the diamonds, some real sideways action for quite a while here, to be honest. Bust out my handy trading tool, and while that's loading, I mean, there's the big pullback that happened in October. Well, that's interesting. Dates on the bottom of that chart. Perfect. All right. Well, sorry, just looking at something really fast. Let's see what happens here. All right. Well, we're just going to go back to the regular charts and get rid of the browser for now. So yeah, if we go back, there's the October low, obviously, and a lot of sideways action after we pop real fast out of that October low. Really hasn't, the diamonds haven't gone anywhere, but they also sold off the least of all the major averages. So make of that what you will as well. Last but not least, small caps, the IWM, similar and different. Similar because it really hasn't gone anywhere in a long time. I mean, we've just been in this kind of a box or a range, for this entire year nearly. Here's the very beginning of the year, and since then we've been down in here. Different, so that's the similar. The different is that it didn't bounce back after October like everything else did, right? So sorry, this is where I meant. Not all this. I apologize. So here's the October lows, right? And bounced back some, but it didn't bounce back quite like everything else has, and just really running sideways for a long time. So similar but different on the IWMs. Do they start to play catch up, drag the rest of the market along, or drag other parts of the market along, or keep them afloat with them? Hard to say. I'm not crazy the fact that it's really struggled at this lower resistance level and hasn't really been able to touch this higher resistance level in so long. But we'll just have to see what happens. September's on the horizon. We should see a little bit of volume in the overall market tick back up in September, even more so in October and November, before we start to get the holiday tick down, end of the year tick down, and then rock back into January. So, kind of the seasonality of things, the ebb and flow of how it all goes. So looking at the questions panel, doesn't look like anything else has come in for the moment. So we'll move on to some other stuff here. Let's see. So TSHA, that's been coming through on my races all day long. Not a shabby move here. It's up 62 cents at this moment here from prior close. It's good for 26% from the prior close and 21.5% from the open today. So on a $3 stock, that's pretty handy. And we can see a pretty nice lift off here after earnings, right? Really kind of moving along there for that. Biotech. So you got to be careful with that. I don't think it's any surprise to anybody keeping score at home that $3 is anyways a bear right now to get through. And match that all the way back to here. Plus whole numbers are always kind of tough as well. So I would be on the lookout for it, though. See if it can't set itself up and push up and beyond that $3 into $4, because look, there's no resistance from 3 to 4, right? If it can get over it. I mean, the only resistance is whatever traders decide it'll be at this point, but there's no chart resistance. Now, obviously, with sub $5 stocks, 325 could be an issue, 350 could be an issue, 375 could be an issue. These are all psychological numbers for traders. And given the fact that it is up already, 50-cent piece and a dime at the same time here. So I keep an eye, small float, thing obviously can boogie with a small float. Let's see. Let's move on. What else? Mara, however you want to say that there. That is good for 25 and just over 0.75% move since the prior day close. I don't think it's really gapped up or anything like that. So yeah, actually it gapped down as a matter of fact. If we look at the change from open versus the change from close right there, right? So this had a slight gap down. And pretty off to the races right now. Let's see if it can't set up. Looking at this daily chart right here, I mean, $14 and then, $15, right? Not saying it's going to do any of those, but just for sheer chart resistance itself, that's, the look that it's got right now. Whether you want to look at that as an intraday or a multi-day look idea, however you want to call that. CONL. Well, this thing kind of just coin ETF. All right, so this is going to be with the rest of the crypto stuff that's been ripping on the day here. We can see riots coming through right here as well. So obviously something happened in crypto land. some kind of news event, I'm sure. I'm sure you're all privy to it. I avoid the news like the plague. So, anyways, obviously, crypto is in rip mode right now, or at least these crypto related stocks certainly are. And so we looked at coin. Excuse me, a little something caught in my throat. Yeah, same thing with coin. A lot of these have very similar charts. Coin, Riot, Riot a little more of a sell-off, but the balances all look very similar, I would say. Same thing in MARA, same kind of concept and idea in there. So very fractal patterns on all those stocks. DNA, let's move on to UDNA. So this is good for just shy 21% from the close with that gap up. That makes it a 11 and third-ish percent from the open. Most of that alpha was here in that first, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. A lot of sideways action. 220 looks to be a challenge for it. I think, looking this way, that's no surprise to anybody. That's not a great line. That's the line that I want to draw right there like that. All the same, if it can motor on by this area in here, then we're looking at what, 240, something like that, 245. So, on a $2 stock, I know sometimes, only a 10 cents, only 5 cents, 10 cents, 15, 20 cents. So you got to think of percent wise for the dollar denomination of the stock. So anyways, DNA, it's there. A big float in that one. Wow, that's a huge float for such a small price stock. Hope that float's right. Interesting. All right, let's continue to shuffle on. And again, folks, anybody with questions, please, throw those in the panel for me. This is never meant to be me just kind of talking at you. I always do like it when we are engaging with some back and forth. NVCR, this thing is just beat to all heck, right? I mean, look at that. Yeah, not a great look from that, but it's having its day-to-day up 14.8% from the close, just shy of 15% from the open. So again, a little bit of a move down off the open before getting itself set. Plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume here. Not a small float, just shy of 100 million in that float. And, whatever's gone on with it, it's got this gap here now. How far into that gap it can get, but certainly a decent setup looking there for potential look for the rest of the day. LFVN. Well, this looks like a real quick short live, gap up, big move on that first 5 minutes, slight pullback, and another big move over the next subsequent 15 minutes. Small float, 10.6 in that float. Earnings play from yesterday's post market. How much more it's got left on it? Who really knows? Small float though. So also gotta hit that way back machine. Start to wow. I must have looked at the stock a long time ago. Probably when all the pot stocks were going nuts way back when, because I'm guessing it's got to be pot, right? Stuff for dogs. I don't really know. The description doesn't really tell us a whole lot about the stock, but we got to hit the way back machine to find some resistance. Let's bring that down here for fun. So, we're coming all the way back to November of 2021 to find resistance on that. So, like I said, hitting the way back machine nearly 2 years on that. Again, small float. Who knows? Set a price alert. Maybe if it can bust its way through the VWAP. VWAP's at 649 there. So we shall have to see, right? Let's keep kind of plugging along, see what else is coming in here or has. IREN, man, this is a good day from the scan today. Really kind of bites a little bit that I didn't get to trade it all today. So, I mean, that's good for a good 21% there from the close, just shy of 17% from that open. I mean, this has just been about as clean as it gets, right? Also, I'd have to say, great move because you get this gap up and then it moves right up above this recent chart resistance. So you don't really have a whole lot of resistance. So you get up into this 560 level, to be honest. 560, I don't know, we could say based on these candles, 563. Here it's going to be 580. So somewhere in that 565-ish to 580 range is where the next resistance level on the charts would be. Does that mean it's going to get there? No, of course, as we always say, absolutely not. Doesn't mean anything. Just that's the room that it has. Not a huge float on it. Again, relative to what you think is large and small floats, 39.5 in that float, though, 39.5 million in that float. So certainly interesting. Real clean look. Like I said, you got this beautiful move. You got this going on here now. I'd be watching for it to take out that high today. As soon as I get done from here, I have to go right back to chain to slave mine. So I highly doubt I'll be making any trades today. But I'm going to set a price alert there just in case. Maybe I'll get the sneak one in here. I like that. I like the potential setup that could happen there. The other thing I like about this too is had more volume come in late, and then as the volume started to move down a little bit, we got another volume pop, and a volume move down, another volume pop. So that tells me that people are coming back to the well for this. Again, does that mean anything is going to happen with that stock? No, but I'm going to look at it anyway, so let's see what happens. Sorry, just all those comments coming in. LFEN, LifeVantage, Visionary, Transform Wellness and Anti-Aging, join externally with products, dramatically reduce oxidative stress and cellular levels, some kind of cosmetic vitamin supplements. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for that info. Appreciate that. Whenever I hear anti-aging, I always think of HGH, so I suspect that they're probably doing some crap with that too. So it's IREN. I mean, almost everything that's come through this scan today has looked pretty good. Let's see if we can just make it 10 for 10. Big. No. I mean, look, a big gap up and some moves that went on here, a pullback and, kind of drifting higher, but, okay. Just compared to everything else we saw, not so much. Obviously an earnings play here. Earnings in the pre-market, so obviously ton of liquidity, ton of volume, big lots, fairly big to-do store here. But overall, I mean, tough to find uglier charts than big lots, right? I mean, as a daily chart. But anyways, there it is for today. I'd say kind of topped out here around what would be possible chart resistance. So what's that? Yeah, around 42. Yeah, right around there. And then, maybe up here to $9 after that. If it could ever get itself going again, we could see here, big move in volume, a down tick, and then a little bit of uptick again. So people have come back to the well a little bit for that one. So see how the rest of that plays out. And last but not least, NCNC, new issue, and not a great looking chart. Lots of liquidity, lots of volume. I should really just say it's more about liquidity than anything else. All right, apologize, had to go on mute for a second there. So yeah, no, kind of an ugly chart. I should just really say it's a good liquidity today because you got 3.9 million shares traded in it. Relative volume of 14 was got 1 day to go off of, so obviously no historical basis for that volume. So unfortunately, we don't have any other data on that to really share. But obviously, traders are interested in it because of what's going on here. So. All right, so that rounds out the top 10 there and the old relative strength from the open scan. It's been a long time since I've seen it that strong, but then again, let's bring up the SPY chart again. Rising tide lifts all boats, makes everybody look, bear markets look genius. Really, really kind of solid day here coming from this here. And the more I look at the SPY chart, I already didn't feel bearish on this pullback. I feel even more bullish. I don't really subscribe to the idea you're a bear, you're a bull. I just, the price action, the sell-off just didn't seem like the kind of sell-off that you're like, oh, something feels like it's happening here under the hood. Volume never really changed much here in the sell-off, right? Coming back, looking from here, just felt very orderly, very kind of normal. I mean, look at the run that we had, right? So just want to scroll out a bit more here, and I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me, put myself on mute for a sneeze. Excuse me a moment there. All right. So, bottomed out down here. There's October bottom, and, real grind higher and a pullback, and a grind higher and a pullback. And when we grind higher and we move sideways for a long time, we kind of really took off here. There's no real pullback. Like we really shot up, kind of consolidated more than pulled back through here, right? And another real nice shoot up right there. It didn't really seem unreasonable to pull back. It seemed like a very logical level to have a pullback in. Does that mean that we're done pulling back? Does that mean that it's just, oh, green lights are on, let's all go run and pile in some stocks? No, absolutely not. Just how I feel, that's all. Based on moving towards a half a decade plus looking at charts now. So get a longer look at the cues here. We kind of just glanced over them before. Some big levels here in the cues. A lot more fighting, I think, that's going to go on, especially when we look at, this here coming across. Not the best line I ever drew, but I think you get the point here. For now, that becomes a whoopsie. But again, I mean, think about from this October bottom and the move up. And we came back. We didn't quite test the bottom, but like we shot out of a cannon for a long time here. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that this was the best start to a year in the NASDAQ ever. If I'm wrong, someone feel free to correct me. If it's not the best start, then it's like in the top 3, I think. So, I mean, I don't know. The pullback didn't seem unreasonable. Can you share a scan that is moving higher but losing volume and putting in bearish candles? I don't have something like that. It's not, it's not a setup I'd ever look for. Let's look at Google though. I don't, I would look for things off the high of the day. So here's some stuff that we could do. Let's open a new alert window here. So sorry for going silent for a second there, just trying to, going through my brain, what's the direction to take on this? Let's play around a little bit. So first thing we want to do is we want to be fading off the high of the day, right? So position and range here. Let's add that filter and let's put a max of, let's say, 90% for now. Let's search and go change. And let's say the change over the last half an hour. That's got to be, I don't know, let's say minus 1%, right? Price was up. No, we want that. Sorry, we want minus 1% over here. Right, so show me stocks where the price is down at least 1% in the last 30 minutes. So diagnosis, set up a position, previous stage range to 100 minimum. All right, we'll throw that in there. We can put that in there. Previous day. Add that. So hundo on the minimum. I'm gonna jump this stuff out and go let's see what diagnosis got going on there. They've been using the software for a hot minute, so I'm gonna put this in here. I'm always up for learning something new. So then use the new low running down and the medium. That'll find you break down candles on stocks that gapped up. Right. Okay. That makes sense. So if you're looking for stocks that gapped up like that. All right. Let's take a look at this. Right. So we're going to go in and try this out. So we'll throw a new low alert in there, and we'll also look for the running down. I think he said the medium, so I'm going with the intermediate. Let's add that. We'll go with the running down too, just to get a little extra data in there. Obviously, we don't want the crossed above resistance. That won't make any sense. Let's throw a few filters in here. Let's say the stock's traded, I don't know, 500,000 shares on the day. Let's just see what comes through this first before we do anything else. Some history on today. Not giving us anything. What did I do wrong? I must have done something wrong. Give me a second. Did I do that right? Did I? Position previous day to 100. Let's throw a 5-minute low in there. Why wouldn't we get an alert? There's got to be something that's that. It's not exactly like we got some tight filters in there. It's just shares today. Right. Yeah. I gotcha. There we go. All right. So 5-minute low is giving us something. Just see what comes through now. A lot of low volume stocks. So, all right. I'll mess around with this here for a second. If I can click the right things, that would help me. Let's try this again. -1. Nope. 90. That's I don't think we want a new low because we don't want to. We're not taking out the low of the day. We're fading. All right. Well, that's a lot of alerts. Volume. Wow, I just can't type today. I think there was 5-minute guy in there. Let's give it a max of 500 because you're looking for stuff that doesn't have a ton of volume. All right, so here's BGLC. kind of putting in a move, low price stock. Let's not crazy about. Let's put a $5 floor on this. Let's look at the history now. All right, so let's go back. Not too far because we have to find stuff that's set up. So AAOI. So found it here after fading for a bit. Unfortunately, AAOI decided to go ham on us. VFS, well, been fading. I don't know if it found VFS earlier. Yeah, so it found that even earlier up here on this candle, and it found it even earlier. And I bet it found it even earlier than that too. Yeah. So they found it even up here on this candle. So this is finding some things that you're looking for. On this one, it gapped down and started doing that though, finding that kind of move down. Let's see, FFIE. Yeah, found it late. Well, some of these might have alerted earlier. Let's not forget that. I'm trying to find them, in a later day. This has got to be an ETF, right? Yeah, SARC. I don't know what that. Oh, it's I guess that's the inverse of ARC, right? That's the inverse of Kathy Woods. Must be. EPLS. So that would have given a 5-minute low alert. Yep, there it is. So CL. Yeah. NVAX run sideways. You got this kind of fading here. We're at 1623. Got down here to just under 16 afterwards. Just about catching some of these earlier. What do I think of ICCT? Honestly, I haven't even looked at the chart other than Barry talking about it. I haven't looked at it at all today. ICCT. It's halting on the way down, so that's usually not a great sign. I'd say just you look in your broker. I doubt the news has hit any other wires right now besides a broker. No, there's no news on it. So yeah, ICCT. My thoughts on it is I for now I'd be staying clear of it. Okay, let's see POD. So this is finding some stuff that's what you want to see there. Yeah, that's why what I went with the position and range for the day to make sure we're off the high of the day. We don't want to be completely collapsed either, I don't think. This has got some stuff that's close to what you were looking. Who was it? Chang, there we go. Yep. What Chang was looking for. See if we can't refine it a little better. So can you alert for, so in theory, yeah, we can alert for increasing volume, but not by candles, only by time frame, actually. So if you're familiar with custom formulas, we can actually do that. Let me, give me a second here. Duplicate. So if we go into the account management page, we come to the overview for custom formulas. We can actually do this. I was experimenting with it the other day a little bit. So this basically will use a ratio comparing the current minute to the previous 4 minutes, essentially. So this will compare the stock's volume in the last minute to the same stock's previous 4 minutes. It's not candles, it's time frame. So for, let me minimize this. We could do with the top list new and a top list just to see what this looks like, because I have this built in as a custom on mine. Search. Let me find this custom. So this here, show column, and I just want to put in some stuff that will make it so that we're looking at stuff. That we're looking at stocks that have done some stuff today. So we can see here something like, let's sort it on this. Give me 1 second. I just want to get this the way I want to show it. There we go. So this is now going to show us stocks that ordered from highest to lowest, where the 1 minute volume is the ratio of the 1 minute volume compared to the last 4 minutes on it, essentially. So, you know, here we can look at and see things that have that increased volume based solely on that. This is, you know, going to constantly update as, you know, 1 minute's rolling over consistently. Now, you can't alert that exactly with that volume there, Chang, but you can filter for it and then combine it with other alerts. Yeah, no, 100% diagnosis. The new, you're right. Yeah, new low won't work there. That the running down ones would be good. Also, you know, 5 minute low, 10 minute low, 15 minute low. Those will all be good ones to use as well. Crossed below support. That's another good one to look at too. I actually, you know, I build whenever I play around with alerts. I use crossed above resistance a lot, but the crossed below support is also these ones here. I like these ones as well. You've confirmed and unconfirmed. So those are also good ones too for just as he was saying, or just as they were saying, excuse me, for looking for things off a double top. If anybody wants that custom, this is that custom. You can add it in yourself. And like I said, it's comparing the last minute to the previous 4, or this would make it in a percentage instead too. What you need to remember is that you're comparing 1 to 4. So the odds, you know what I mean? The odds of the last minute having more volume than the previous 4 aren't great, right? But if something has done, let's say, 0.45% in the last 1 minute compared to the previous 4, then it's without a question on track to take out the previous 4 minutes in that time frame, if that makes sense. So those are 2 ways to look at that. No, we don't have candle data, unfortunately, for comparison. Everything is done in time frames. Like if you go through our filters in here, so for example, change, you know, this is all in time frames, not candles. Range, again, when we get to the filters, is going to be in time frames, not candles. Yeah, of course. So essentially with this this scan that I just messed with here, just to show comparing the last minute volume as compared to the previous 4 minutes, you know, think about you're taking 1 minute's worth of data and comparing it to 4 minutes. Generally speaking, the 4 minutes is always going to have that higher volume. So let's just say, for example, the stock did 10 shares in the previous 4 minutes, right? And in the last minute, even though it's on track to do more than that probably 4 minutes, maybe in the last minute, it's only done, you know, 4 shares itself at that point, right? So it'd only be at a 1. It's not like you'd see it at a 4 ratio, if that makes sense, right? Because it hasn't done 4 times that amount. It's just saying this is where it is as compared to that prior set of 4 minutes. So like as we look here, we can see, you know, now it just came off the scan, but look at this, how it's got this huge volume spike, and it was up here at a massive volume spike just a moment ago. And you can see it's just updating really, really fast right in here as these stocks, you know, constantly moving based on that 1 minute comparison of the previous 4 minutes on volume. So, you know, here's another one. GGB, we're going to see a, you know, volume move here on this candle as compared to the priors. And here, and while it's not comparing candles, you know, you could put it on a 1 minute and kind of give it a, you know, get a glimpse of what was going on, even though it's not technically comparing. So, you know, look at this 1 minute as compared to these previous 4 minutes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this 1 minute is almost going to take out that 4 combined, right? If that makes sense. Bearish candle, no column for that. I'm sorry. The closest thing that you could do for that is we could go configure and we could look at consecutive. We look at consecutive candles. I don't know, we'll go with 5 minutes, I guess. We can show that column. All right. And we can sort, double click and sort by the negative numbers here. Let's flip back to 5 minute charts. All right. So you could sort by it like that on a top list. So we can see here. We could, that's just the display sort. I mean, we could also go with configuring, we go the server sort now, because right now the server sort's on the 1 minute volume compared to the last 4. Whoop, hold on, you want bearish. So now we got to go, when we change that sort, so instead of biggest on top, go smallest on top. I'm glad that cleared that up for you, Irma. So here now we're sorting by, candles, the most bearish candles in a row. I won't say bearish candles in a row because this is just consecutive candles from moving down on 5 minutes. And this isn't about red or green candles. Also, please understand that, just in case. Oh, no. The challenging questions are good. They get me thinking outside the box. We've got other people in here that really know the software that can chime in as well. If I'm going in a wrong direction, or if they've got a direction I think is better than the direction I'm going in, this is good stuff. Or I think this is good stuff personally. So while not necessarily being able to scan on bearish candles, I mean, there's a way to get a look at like a bearish move with this consecutive candles filter. And again, I mean, the other thing you could do too is we can go configure and position and range. So for, one of the things you're going to want to really look at position and range filters. So trying to bring this full circle. Oh, not position and range. Position and range, RANGE. There we go. So one of the other things I didn't think about before was not just using a position in today's range, but maybe a position over a 5, 15, or 30-minute range that we're moving down. We're moving down on. So let me move that to the side real quick and just brought a thought into me here. Get rid of those unused. So maybe not even use today for position and range. Let's go. So let's stack these a little bit too. So it's down 1% here, and down 1% here. I'm just curious what this is going to do. Wow, it really narrowed down the data set. But let's take a look at the history on today, and we'll get one stock. So that was terrible, Chris. The effort was there. Execution was horrible. My apologies. Why is it giving me nothing but ETFs? Symbols, all symbols. Columns. You're telling me that's all that would have alerted through all that? I find that hard to believe. It doesn't seem right. SoFi is the only stock that would have met that criteria. A lot of things like this will be trial and error. So, you come across something like that in someone's book. First off, the conversation we're having starts to at least get us pointing in a direction, right? And it's going to be a lot of trial and error from here. Oh, at least 1% above the low of this range. I'm a knucklehead. I'm sorry. I completely put those filters in wrong, the values of those wrong. So let's see. Let's go with a max of 90 here, a max of 90 in here, and a change over the last 30 minutes. -1. Wow, that's why I use the show me function. Please excuse my total brain fart. That's giving us some results now. All right. A lot of similar results as what we were seeing earlier. I wish we could turn off the duplications in this. Properties, view mode, group and sort by. Keep newest. All right, yeah, I like that. Yeah, all right. Sorry, just playing with some things here. So NVDS continues to fade after having some bearish action. IMGN did not fade after APLS. Got a fade and a bounce and a fade. I'm going to get rid of that 5-minute low. I want to use crossed below resistance. Or excuse me, cross below support. I'm going to add that. Alrighty, let's see here. So, I mean, it had bearish action. It gave you that look that you were looking for, right? Perfect. Obviously, stock went on to a winner. And also, let's consider the fact of what the market is doing today, right? INBX, and not quite what we were looking for. FUTU. It had a fade. Didn't catch it early enough, unfortunately. BEKE. Yeah, that's what we were looking for, right? TWNK. So I'd say this is on the track, right? We had some bearish action going on here. Again, we've got a rising market today. So finding stocks that fade and then continue to fade is going to be a challenge. XP, it's a beautiful look. What you're looking for there. Well, we're not using customs in this anyways. That was just something else to touch on the volume thing you were asking about. This is all just regular stuff here. CL, again, we had the bearish action, just didn't follow through on it. AFRM, did we already do AFRM? We shouldn't have, right? Because I set this up to not do that. Yep, bearish action, just kind of went sideways afterwards. I'd say this is looking, this is fine and stuff that you asked for. It's got that look, like that fade. Just like I said before, not many of these are continuing to fade afterwards. IPF. Sorry, I always say this like it's if I was in Argentina still. I used to live there. Yeah, so this is looking pretty decent. Now, when it comes to customs, if you want more on customs, you want to learn more about custom formulas, they're only for filters. And you can have a look at that there. All right. If you want to just get into more custom filter stuff. But I think this scan is finding, a fair amount of stuff that we want to see here. Like I said, the follow through isn't really there because we've got a rising market overall today. But yeah, this looks pretty darn good actually. So, all right, I'm going to take this off that view mode. I take it off of history. I'm going to put it back on real time. We're going to name it. We're going to name it faders for, boy, I can't type today, for Chang. Faders. And anybody that wants this, I'll share it out with you. just please, as always, make sure to save it to the cloud. All right. Just one of those days today. Sorry, I'm going to get your cloud link for that 1 second here. And then, use it as a template because obviously a lot of stuff is coming through there, number one. So you might want to add some other volume metrics to slow down some alerts. You might also want to look at the don't repeat function so you're not seeing the same things over and over again. Things like that. So, but I think, we kind of found more than less what you were looking to do, what you were looking for. So I feel like that was a good exercise. Let's get rid of that. I think we kind of touched on everything here. Hopefully I did. I think I kept up well.
You did just great.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you. I always appreciate your words of encouragement.
Oh, Chris, take a look at GLG just for entertainment purposes. GLG.
Whoa.
So I'm looking at this, and in 1 hour, it has wiped out 9 days of growth of a stock that moved up in 1 hour. Amazing, isn't it?
What you're saying is the windy staircase up and the empty elevator shaft down.
Exactly. Corny cliche, but so true. So true.
It's hard to find a truer one, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe impossible. That's
Is that amazing though?
Yep.
And on no news, when we saw this, it got halted, I think, at I don't know, 80 cents or 75 cents. I would have bet anything, and good thing I didn't, but I would have bet anything that they were going to announce a financing. But as we speak, there's no announcement about anything. It's just down.
Good luck financing now.
Oh God. Imagine though. I mean, this went from 40 cents up to $1.15 in about 2.5 weeks.
Yeah.
And then in less than an hour, all gone.
Don't mirror your stocks. That's all I can say.
Yeah. But imagine if you had said, okay, I'm going to take a little break here. What time is it now? Whatever time that was at 11:15. What's the worst that can happen if I leave for 5 minutes?
Well, speaking as someone that has had the worst that could happen several times to me, both day and swing trading, this is about it right here. I mean, I'm reminded of, I think it's CRDO. Is this going to be the right one? Yeah. So I had a swing position in this one here, and I had got it here on a 15 break way back here in January. And I took some out here, and I did not take enough out here. And then it continued to do this, and I'm like, yeah, we're making some serious money. I woke up the next day and it was down here. I'm like, and of course I just closed it, in the pre-market. I got to fill in the pre-market to close it. Now hindsight, I could look back and say, oh, well, it came all the way back and recovered all that and then some. But I mean, look at the journey I would have had to go on.
You can't do that.
To have done that.
Was that an earnings release or something? Was that because
no,
of earnings?
It was another company said that they looked like they would have weak orders from them for chips.
Oh,
and
okay.
and they destroyed me.
Oh my gosh.
So that's why people are like, oh, biotechs, be careful. I'm like, it could be any stock at any time. It just kind of is what it is, and just make sure that your position size isn't bigger than if it goes to zero, you've lost everything. Mm-hmm. That's the only advice I could give, I guess.
Yeah. Oh well, Chris. I'm going to attend. I haven't been attending the marketing meetings for the last little while, but I'm going to attend this one just out of curiosity, see what they talk about, and see if any of these issues that you guys have been talking about are brought up.
I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you, number one. Number two, maybe we'll trade. You attend the marketing meeting, and I'll skip this week.
Exactly. Okay, Chris, I'll let you go. I know you said this was sort of a break for you, and I do understand. So, but I will take over now.
Off to the world of Jira I go.
Yeah. Happy. Okay, Chris, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Barry. Thank you, everybody. You have a great rest of the week. I'll talk to you all soon. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I'm back. Now, again, maybe you didn't hear me, but this halt for the ICCT, maybe you didn't hear me, Christine, but I popped in and or maybe I was on mute. I thought I had my mic on. Anyway, we see this quite a bit, actually. You know, some stock that goes absolutely bananas and there's no real news. Yeah, they did the merger and all that sort of stuff. So sometimes the SEC will step in and say, "Hey, what gives, guys?" And they're demanding some kind of an answer. And so they get halted. And typically what happens is the company comes back and says, "We don't know. You know, we didn't do anything." Well, all I see is a news halt. I just see a news halt, and isn't that are there I think I don't have a designation for like within a news halt of different types of news, is that if that's what you mean. But this is a news halt, and again, maybe you so you don't think it's just the SEC saying, "Hey, what gives?" Okay, so in our description, we don't have it. We don't have, we just said we just says because of news, so okay, this is real news. Ooh. Well, could go either way, I guess, but the fact that it was moving down, it's funny that, Interactive Brokers doesn't have it. They don't have the designation of the news, like you call it, T1 or T12 or whatever. They don't have it. They just, just halted, that's it. Well, I don't know, but you know who should have filed for a secondary or was VFS. I mean, they should have done something up in this area or tried to anyway. I know they just went public, but still, to raise more money up at these levels or try to. Guys, I know I talked about I didn't take it, but look at this CAMT. This was actually probably one of the best trades of the day had you taken it. I mentioned it back here, I think, because it was just made because it was a new high that it was an all-time high. And give me a moment. I'll see if I can find the very first alert I had for it. Yeah, so the very first alert I had for it was at 9:55. So just after the market opened, 9:55, and the price was 54.50. There's a $4 run. And when I was talking about it, I said, this is a Israeli stock, all-time high. It's talking about, had the littlest pullback over the last 3 days, hardly anything, just a blip. And then look at this. What I mean, this is probably the nicest move of the day for almost any stock because there's no red bars. There's not, other than this one, there's no real giant green candles to make it look like it's almost gone parabolic. It's a very, very steady. If you're asking me, should I get it now? I mean, we're obviously extended now, but I did not take it. I did not take it. After putting 5 bullets in the gun. Wouldn't we all, Hall? I know, I know. This is boring, but boy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. CAMT is an all-time high. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to attend the marketing meeting today. I haven't been attending them for the last little while, but I think I'll attend this one. Probably get an idea about when the promotion for Labor Day, what the code is going to be and all that. So what I'm going to do is put myself on mute, do the video. Give me a moment as I back around. Let's see, 1305, 105, say 115. No later than should not be. Okay, and I'll just put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So at this point, I'm going to be highly, highly selective. I'm not going to want to give back much of the gains that I've had so far today. So typically, what I do is I start to reduce my risk. In other words, if I were risking $500 a trade before, I might only risk $100 a trade, as an example. Just to throw a number out there, just kind of reduce my risk. Even this JXN that I was in, and then I just bailed because I was too interested in the other stuff. Even that one, this is what I'm talking about, guys. We've had some really nice trend days. Yeah, I just read that you said your internet was out from 9:45 on until just a little while back, William. Okay, guys. So I think I'm going to do something a little bit different here. I'm actually going to bring up our new market scope and just see what it's like. For an active trader, of course, I'll always stick with this, but I want to see what it looks like. I mean, I know what it looks like, but I want to. But to do that, I'm going to have to get out of this. So this is going to. So this is the new website. Okay, and this is this market scope three. This is a heat map showing the active stocks. Obviously, the ones that are up the most percentage wise. So I click on this and let's see what happens. There's TIVC. There's big, and this is a scroll. This should be these are the biggest losers and the biggest gainers. Now, for me, I probably switch this to a 15-minute chart. See the difference between our charts too in this version, the HTML using the web base. I mean, they're basically, it's basically instant. So this is to get this. This is just another way, I guess, of looking at data. Okay, so this would be part of the standard service. The issue is though you cannot have both. You cannot have well, you can see a red ball right now. Wish there were a way in which somehow they could allow you to have both of them open at the same time. But anyway, at this point, you can't. So this requires really no, you don't have to create anything. We're just doing it for you. So let's take a look at so stock info. You want to type in a certain stock. This well, I hate to do this one because I don't know what's going to come up, but oops, ICCP. But Or typically, you type in Apple. Hmm. All right. Well, that's a bit of a okay. It must be the speed in which you type it. Anyway, there's Apple, and here's your little single stock window. More fundamental data, way more fundamental data than, of course, I like. But take a look at Microsoft, and then you have the competitors' race. Now, just give me a moment. Let me take a look at some top lists here. Okay. So these are all race based. I'm not in love with the races anymore, guys. I have to admit, I like the real time scan. But take a look at the alerts. I like this is sort of new for me. So let's drop this and see what happens. So there's oh, I see. Okay. So OZK. So these are making new highs, I'm assuming. So the whole idea really is to take all of the you don't have to you don't have to know how to do things. You just have to we're gonna configure it all for you. And I guess the idea is if you click on something, something so OPI obviously just made a new high. Okay, now I should change this to a 15-minute chart there. That's a little bit better. And then you've got this chart in chart function. So I'll change this to a daily chart, considering I'm on a 15-minute chart here. Well, I can kind of see the attraction to this, guys, because now I just want to get rid of that. The attraction of this because you don't have to do anything. You don't have to know. Now, the only issue is, of course, is that I'm wondering if there's any configuration at all, with minimum volume, a price range. I don't think so. I think that's the whole idea, though. Now, how about the lows? Stocks making lows. And we still have the crawl. New daily highs. Okay, we still have the crawl on top. Again, I'm not a big fan of the stock racing anymore, but I mean there is stock racing here. But I'm just not a big fan of it. Yeah, so I mean, you can really see now the other thing too, oh, the preferences, that's right. In your preferences. Yeah, so choose oh, that's right. Okay, so choose a display mode for the charts, day trading. Now, I'm assuming all that'll be is it'll change probably to a 15-minute chart and the but let's do it. I'll trade it to day trading. You do some colorization here. Yeah, so it changes to a 5-minute chart. All right, let's take a look and just expand it a little bit here. Again, this is on our new website, okay? The new website that you and all you have to so you would enable live data. If you have a subscription, you just enable live data. I think what happens is if you don't have it'll be 15-minute delayed. And I think the charts get blurry. But I think what they're trying to do is just give you an idea about what you can do. If you don't want to create any scan at all, we've got some scans that are here for you. I'm surprised they don't have a biggest losers. Change from the close. Maybe they do. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, change from the okay. So you do have some today's biggest gainers. Okay, so change from the open, which is going to give you a different look. Change in the last hour. Change in the last 30 minutes. Take a look at the ones that have changed the most in the last 30 minutes. So there's this NPCE. And of course, the whole idea of this too is that it's a lot easier on a mobile device. I mean, on a tablet, but even on a phone. Okay. I mean, that's the whole idea of it. A lot easier on a to view all this stuff on a phone, but certainly on a tablet. This is all web based. I sure like the way the charts load. I wish they would load like that in the downloadable version. I mean, that's the way they're supposed to be. No, you're stuck with the default. Looks like you are stuck. That's the whole idea of it. Is that this is really David for people who don't want to learn to do anything. Okay, I mean, if you remember, this is part of the standard service. So, I mean, if you want to get into it like I do, then you would create your own. I mean, I still think if you're an active trader, this is what you'd use. Active trader. This is more if you're just sort of casual and look at it over the course of the day. But I mean, I wouldn't use this obviously as an active trader because I would want, just like you said, I would want my own filters, my own types of scans. But for the majority of people, and that I guess, that is sort of the market that we're trying to chase now. They don't sit in front of a computer 7 hours a day. They don't wanna learn how to create a scan. They just want it to be fed to them. I'm surprised there's not today's biggest losers though too. This I'll contact Kelly. Maybe it's gonna happen when it's over real. Maybe that's when it's gonna start. Let me just see, and did you do the agreements? Did you fill in the agreements? Hmm, a moment, I'll just contact her right now. All right, let's keep taking a look at some of this stuff. Boy, this CHSN, remember I was talking about this one as a potential one that was, because if you look at the daily chart, it had all sorts of room. Hard to see it here. Maybe the weekly chart. Had room up to 4. But again, guys, this is I would call this is for, I don't say casual trading. I mean, it's got a lot of great information, but you know, what we do in this room though, we definitely want to be able to have our own scans, with our own filters, etc. Okay, real. That's about all I can do right now. I sent Kelly, and she says she's sending it again to you. So okay, so I'm going to sign out of this, and then I'll get back into my account here. No, that's good. Not signing in. Hmm. Oh, there we go. Okay, just I was just a little impatient. Well, this is a long haul for that news haul for ICCT. Sure, there's some nervous people who did not exit. Hopefully, not too many in this room. Oh no, no, no! I'm way, I'm way, 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 way long gone. Unfortunately, the JXN. Yeah, no. The problem I had was I don't like to be in three trays at the same time. So I was in NVCR and I was in the ICCT, and I just said, you know what? And the JXN really wasn't doing too much, so I thought, you know what? I just going to get rid of it. You must be up though, right? You were just hanging on because you thought maybe it'd have another bounce. You must be up on it, right? Tell me you got in around the three level. Ooh. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed for you then, Christine. I mean, doesn't necessarily mean it's bad news. It looks like HE is trying to do something around the VWAP. HE looks like it's trying to do something. Yeah, ready for VWAP. It's holding, trying to hold a VWAP anyway. All right, guys, good time to ask questions. I doubt if I'm going to do anything before this meeting in about 25 minutes. So good time to ask questions if you have any. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, William, yeah, so obviously that means no, 3 o'clock on, then that's fine. Okay, so we'll be shutting down around 3 o'clock, totally today. What is my, daily video type? It's just marketing, okay? Okay, I mean, it's not a big deal. I just go over, like, I pick a trade, the ICCT, it's just marketing. I wouldn't get too, and today, I mean, I call them, what makes this trade great? So today's is, ICCP, or sorry, ICCP, okay? I don't know if it's been uploaded yet. I don't do the uploading, I just do the video, and then somebody at Trade Ideas does the uploading for me into YouTube. Uh, Well, it's on you. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's on our on our website. I think it's in. You should go to the Trade Ideas YouTube site. What happens is it gets emailed to everybody. If you're on an email list, then it gets emailed. I believe it gets emailed to everybody. Well, it's not it okay, diagnosis. It's not hugely in depth. First of all, I've been asked to keep it less than a minute because it has to go to some of these sites, and they only accept less than minute clips. So this is not in depth analysis. Okay, I used to do more of a market recap of a bunch of good trades, bad trades. Used to take about 10 minutes. Stopped doing that years ago. But so this is just a quick, hard hitting. So I mean, I wouldn't look at it as in-depth analysis. I mean, you can look, you can take a look and see what you think. But I mean, it's not like okay, I mean, with the ICPP, this is in essence what I said, and hopefully it works out okay for ICCT. I don't know why I keep. So I said, okay, if you were in the room yesterday, you saw that huge move and then the big sell off. But then in the pre market, we noticed that it had moved up quite a bit off the where it closed. And so this was going to be something that had to be watched. I was mentioning that in the pre market. We should watch this one. And DAC got into this one. I mentioned DAC's name actually. And I said I took the trade initially at I think at 312, got stopped out, had a price alert, got back in around 320, and didn't obviously did not write out the entire amount up to 752. But I mean, that's about it. Okay. So if you're looking for anything more than that, then you'll be disappointed. Yeah, Christine, you were right. JXN. Well, in essence, I did. I mean, but remember, I have to do this really quickly. So I said I got into the trade originally at 312 and I got stopped out. I put a price alert around at 315. It hit it because if you were in there, you weren't in the room. Okay. But I was saying, guys, if it gets back over three, I'm going to be very interested again in it. And I had my price alert window popped up when it hit 315. I took a look. I said, okay, I'll do it again. And now my exits are just, a lot of it is gut. I mean, because of what it has, what the potential of what it can do on the downside, I do some protective exits, ahead of a whole number, ahead of four, things like that. I think the why more is about, recognizing that it was alive and kicking in the pre-market. That's more the why. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about it. So in my pre-market work, I know these, I try to find the stocks that maybe once the market opens, we'll have some continuation or at least be very active. Yeah, I'm not upset where I got out. I really am not. I never beat myself up because that could have. I mean, look what happened after. I mean, look what happened now. I mean, now we're in a big halt, a news halt. That could have happened at $4. Okay, could have happened at 350. So I just like to, I listen. If I get into something at 320 and it goes to $4 in a heartbeat, I'm going to take some off. That's a big percentage move. I think I even read this morning, Ori, that Hawaiian Electric said that power lines were down before even, and there was no fire. Maybe I read that wrong because power lines can be down, of course, at any time. It doesn't matter. Doesn't happen very, very often in Vancouver, but it can happen. But they don't usually spark a massive fire, of course. Yeah, and listen, DNA may just prove me completely wrong. I mean, it may get up all the way up to 250. I mean, I just thought that this 218 might halt it only because of the float. 1.25 billion in the float. It'd take a bunch to move this, but hey, the news is you know what it is? It's an eye-catching press release, okay? You put AI and you put, partnership with Google in a press release, which is what DNA did. I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying, that's what, that's an eye-catching press release. That's all. So here we go. The U.S. tech giant also unveiled partnerships with financial services company MSCI to use AI in investing, and a 5-year partnership with cell platform company Ginkgo Bioworks. I mean, it did happen. How much money they can make with this, but I mean, it's an eye-catching press release, and that's why it's up 24% with a float like that. Imagine if that were 1.25 million in the float. We'd be looking at this one probably at $30. Seriously. Well, I'm glad you held on, Div, regarding the JXN. I mean, to be honest, I mean, this might be an interesting one to watch tomorrow, DNA, if it really closes well. But there, to me, there'd be a lot of resistance around this 250 mark. It's just too bad it's got this huge, huge float. I'm quite actually I'm stunned by it having so much in the float. Boy, Watt, haven't seen Watt in a long time. Used to see Watt a lot. Hmm. Well, it's got some room to 308, I think is the next high in the daily chart. 315, actually, 315. When did they do their reverse split? Usually our news is pretty good for looking at that. Yeah, it looks like 816, right? August 16th. They announced the reverse split on the 15th, so usually the next day is when it takes effect. Effective on the 16th. Okay, so is effective on the 16th. One for 120. Oh, one for 20. One for 20. They said one. That slash I looked at, I thought it was a one. So a one for 20 reverse split. So to keep the perspective, so before the reverse split, so this is like a 13-cent stock. Okay, then they do the reverse split. And if anybody's sitting out there wondering what the heck is a reverse split, typically a company, typically, not all the time, but I would say, especially with these little ones, they do a reverse split because their stock price is way well under a dollar. In this case, it was or even under 13 cents. And so, in order to maintain one of the criteria for maintaining or criterion for maintaining a Nasdaq listing is to have a share price over a dollar. So that's what a lot of them will do. They'll do a reverse split, and so the ratio, if there were say, let's just say the stock was 50 cents, and they do a one for 20, and they have 100 million shares outstanding. So basically, they reduce the number of shares outstanding to 5 million. 5 times 20 equals 100 million, and the share price increases 20 times. Okay, so the number of shares decreases by 20 times, share price increases by 20 times. So when you multiply the two together, you still get the same market cap. All right, guys, it's going. Let's see, 156. Again, I haven't attended one of these for a while. Marketing meetings are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Sorry, guys. Some of the some of the emails we get. I haven't said this for a while, but and I'm not talking to anybody specifically, but I just find that some people really try to overthink trading and make it harder than it has to be. Trading is hard. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean it like from that aspect, but diving into the minutia. But well, why does it like? Why does your filter do this? And just a lot of times you can just accept it. I went to one chart and it says that it's $9.01, and your chart says $9 even. How come? I mean, is it really going to be the end of the world? Anyway, let me get back. I'm going to go into this meeting. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, Bob. So yeah, endorsing the method. Yeah, I mean, it drives me crazy when I see some of these emails that come in. Some, and this is not anybody. I have no idea if it's anybody in the room because I don't know everybody in the room. Don't know what pseudonyms are all in there, but somebody will say something like, on February the 8th, Mara had a high of, and I'm going to make up a number, $14.01 according to Yahoo, and yet on your chart it says 13.99. How come? And this is months ago. Okay, this is something that people, and why they have all this time to look at this sort of stuff, I haven't got a clue. This could be looking at something that happened 3, 4, 5 months before, and how come yours is a cent or 2 cents off something else? And I'm thinking, like, okay, why do you care now? I mean, if it were $1 off, okay. I mean, I agree. I don't know. I have no idea why something might be a penny or two off, but what difference does it make in your world now to nitpick about something that happened 3 or 4 or 5 months ago? BMO. Well, BMO, you know what? You're actually showing up as a red bar ignored. Well, Sean, our listen, our data could be off a penny or two or something like that. I'm not saying our data is infallible, but in the overall scheme of things, how can it possibly matter? If they said, well, you know what, I went back and I found 1,000 stocks that didn't match anything else, okay, but they're literally finding one or two over a 5 or 6 month period that somehow didn't have the same closing as some website they're looking at. Look at BMO here, guys. What's the next high looking left? Too bad, 84.36. I would almost take this one. 85.34 is the next high after that. This is a little red bar ignored. I mean, we have a trend up on the 15. We have a red bar, and then we have it, and then the trend continues, and it's over a whole number, and it went positive finally. It's an earnings play. Well, and ICCT is still not trading. Well, I have an alert set for better EETR at just over $1. See if it happens. Well, it could may never happen, but if it does happen, I do want to know about it. I'm sure it's not going to happen today, but maybe once this earnings has been digested and all this other stuff been digested, who knows? Maybe it goes on a bit of a run. Is the ICCT resumed? Yeah, not yet. Alberto, hello. The problem with these sort of halts is you cannot get a sense of where it's going to open. Well, not yet anyway. It's I'm so surprised there's nothing in Interactive Brokers about it. Well, as exciting as it was in the first couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours, it's just sort of nothing's happening now for me. And I'm going to have to raise my voice, guys. No, leaf blower right outside my window. Hopefully, the noise canceling is working. So, leaf blower is right outside my window. And that's how you guys can tell that it's Tuesday. Leaf blowers, not grass cutters, leaf blowers. The noisiest invention known to man. Yeah, trees in Canada. Take a look at a video of Vancouver, my friend. Workday, any thoughts? Somebody asked me earlier about Workday. Now it was already on a mission. Let's see if it pulled back at all. Yeah, I mean it's kind of hanging. I mean it's out of the. I mean it had good earnings. Obviously on the 24th, it had the pop right there. So it had earnings a couple of days ago, or the reaction to earnings. So there it is. I'm sorry, I got to get my date right here. So had earnings 24th. So on the 25th was the reaction. So right there. So kind of a mixed reaction, wasn't it? It popped up and then it sold off. And then the last 2 days, it's been kind of recovering. I mean, all I can say is, look left. The next high on the weekly chart is around 246. Whether it's going to get there or not. And it's just basing, basing, basing. But I have no other thoughts. And I mean, we already, I mean, earnings has passed. So what is going to be the catalyst to keep it moving higher? Obviously, there was, still pretty enthusiastic this morning, $4 move, but all you can do is look left to see where it could keep going if it wants to. Go electric. Well, let's take a look at some ETFs here. I haven't looked at jets for a long time and see what's happening with the airline industry. Okay, not a bad day, but pretty steep decline, from 22 down to what, 18, but these are all the airlines. There's high looking left is pretty close. No, those sort of driving days for me are long gone. Ah, okay, guys, 2:31. Good time to ask questions if you have any. I think I'll do the one last look at my homepage again and talk about what you can find on my homepage. All right, click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see. So you'll be at the top here. So as always, you want to now actually just give me a moment. In fact, this is a good time. I think I have a new promo code. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I think there might be a promo code that is alive right now. What are we now? 2023, and we are Labor Day 2023. Let's see if they named it something like that. Hmm. I don't see it yet. Just give me a moment. Well, I don't have it yet, so let me just ask one other person to see if the code is out yet. me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I did get the code, okay? I did find get the code, so I can give you guys now not just 20, not 15% off the first month, but 25%. So, uh, sorry, guys, just give me a moment. I'm having problems finding this person. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just had to get the code. So now, if you go to my home page, you're going to see this code here, Barry 15, but use this. Thank you, Pepe. Labor Day. Yeah, I have not got that email yet. I should have had an email, but I didn't get it yet. You obviously are more important than I am. So, ah, well, you're right. Though, if you're in Canada, you would have had to add a U. But obviously, you're not in Canada and not a Canadian company. Okay, guys. So there is the code to use. Yes, Labor Day at 25. So when you click on my homepage link, Labor Day, all in caps, and the US spelling, of course, LABOR 25, and you'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay. Or the entire year. I can say that because, you had to ask me for the 25% code if you wanted a year off. But now you've got this and do the get started. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it here. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And as always, this is these are the scans that I'm sharing. So all I ask, all I ask is that you use the promo code Labor 25. You use my link, my homepage link. When you get there, then you can use a Labor Day 25, you'll get 25% off. It helps the room immensely, okay? Keeps it free. The room gets credit. Getting credit means, I mean, the company obviously pays for the room. There's a cost of running the room. And so the more people that take out, when you decide, if you decide to take out a subscription, all I ask is use this code. Now, of course, the Labor Day 25. Okay. And of course, if you save my homepage link, you can take a look at the scan section and the education section anytime you want. Ooh, yeah, that's not good regarding the ICCT. All right, guys. So this room will be shutting down in about 15 minutes. Now, again, I'll always stay later if there are questions, but William, having internet issues today, will not be extending the room hours past 3 o'clock. So just to let you know. No, really? Well, I hope so for Christine's sake. Where do you see that? Where do you see that, BHT? Okay, what I see, I don't see that. This is my halt for this is an Interactive Brokers. I'm looking at my bid ask. I don't see a 7. Who's your broker that you're looking at? Thinkorswim? Well, I'm not saying they're incorrect, but I don't it's not right now anyway, it's not reflected in, Interactive Brokers. But you're talking about Thinkorswim. You guys, when you're talking the 710, you're talking Thinkorswim. Oh, it's halted. It's still halted, yeah. We're not talking, it's not halted. I mean, it hasn't come out of a halt yet, but well, your Fidelity, okay, Hall, so your Fidelity, interesting. Well, again, I'm not saying Interactive Brokers is infallible, but that would be excellent news for, one Christine of the dog walking community. Yeah, I mean, but you're looking at the same as, yeah, you're looking at the same as me, did buyer Interactive Brokers. I'm just surprised that there is not a headline though. I mean, it's not a headline. Well, I wonder when it will open. Will it open today? If will it open in the after hours? Well, but that was the reason. Well, unless it's you mean maybe an additional merger, you mean? I mean, that was the whole idea. That's how it became ICCT. So unless we're talking about an additional merger. Okay, well, hey, if it's another merger, that's not terrible news. Well, unless it opens in 11 minutes, I won't be here to see it. It's very poetic sounding. Yes, we shall know in the fullness of time. I don't understand your statement there, Neil, in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. I see. Only, well, but maybe you're lucky, Neil, because who knows? Maybe you would have got caught in the halt down. So all wonderful when it goes up like this, but not so wonderful when you're caught in a halt down and sort of not knowing where it's going to open. There's that Cam T again, just a beautiful, beautiful run today. The only red bar of any um, consequence was at 1 o'clock. After that, just kept moving higher, 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 all-time high. And of course, the market is just had no pullback at all, none, zero. It should be time and sales, Christine. I would say if you have anything at Schwab that says something like time and sales, this is all it is at Interactive Brokers. This is not, of course, ICCP, but that's all it is, time and sales. And over here, yeah, you get level two stuff. But oh, I would maybe do a I don't have Schwab, but maybe something that says time and sales or do a search on time and sales or okay, guys, at the risk of not how do I DBGI not showing up for me. Maybe it's under 20,000 shares. DBGI, you said it just got halted. And I don't see that it's halted. Now, as always, I like to check another source for when I see float like that, I like to check another source. And as long as it's the same magnitude, I mean, if it's 10 times different, fine. But I mean, look at a quibble. If they've got like 500,000 shares, let's see what they have. No, they've got exactly the same 320,000 shares. So, yeah, digital brands, 320,000 shares. Crazy low. Obviously, did some reverse splits. And in fact, on the 22nd, they announced a 1 for 25 reverse split, and it was effective the 22nd. So it was effective on the 22nd. Is the correction over? I have no idea. You're talking about the overall market? I don't know. I mean, I don't look because I'm more of an intraday trader. I don't get too into the macros, but if I were looking at the SPY right now, let's see if it can get back up to 450, 458. I mean, that would be a nice area for it to get to. But tomorrow, if it falls back down to under 440, but I don't know. I can't say Is the correction over or not? Really? You would hold that overnight, DBGI? You would hold DBGI overnight? Okay, little. I'm talking to you. Mini Me said he would. So you can see, I wonder how many reverse splits they did. You get to a monthly chart. 22,000 reverse split adjusted is the high of DBGI. Reverse split adjusted. Oh man, not quite as good as Dries. I think Dries was, I don't even know what it was, $100,000 more. This is before you knew about stocks, right, Christine? Because there's no such thing as bag holders in this room. Because everybody has a stop and gets out when they're supposed to, right? I know. You do now. Okay, guys, it's 3 o'clock. Again, if there are any questions, I will stick around. If not, I will shut the room down. Again, William, with his internet issues, will not be able to keep the room open until 4. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I'll just shut it down. Definitely an exciting day, though. Okay. What do you mean? What does TI help? Okay, so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, I mean, you can create your own scans. When you say help, I mean, depends. Are you a brand new trader, Mugisha? If you're a brand new trader, I can give you a course that you can take a look at. Number one. Okay, if you're a brand new trader, let me because before anything, you have to have some trading knowledge, some trading background. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, which I just put in, I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, and you click on the link, you'll be at the top here, and you see where it says Trading 101. Take a look at that. Now, there are a lot of videos, but if you're new to trading, you just can't start trading, without any trading knowledge whatsoever. No idea about how to look at a chart, what did the candlesticks mean, things like that. You have to have some trading background. And then how does Trade Ideas help after that? Well, well, I mean, I have my own scans for the way I like to trade. So if I'm wanting to find stocks with abnormal option activity, as an example, I create a scan for that. I want to find stocks that are having a lot of momentum on the way up. I have a scan for that. So you can create your own scans. We have lots of different filters, lots of different real-time alerts. But before you do that, you really have to have some trading, a bit of a trading background. Not a trading background, but some trading knowledge. Understand what you're looking at when you see a chart. Okay? I mean, because the program is called Trade Ideas. So these are ideas that are generated. So yes, I want to see all of the ideas that are generated from the scans I have. But when I click on them, then I look at the chart. Then I make up my mind. Do I want to trade it based on what I see in the chart? Okay. Now you can come into the trading room every single day. The room is free. You can ask questions. So I think that's how we can also help. Okay. Well, then that's your start then, Mugisha. Okay. Trade ideas cannot help in that regard, other than we have that course that is free. In the beginning, it sounded very biblical, Christine. All right, guys. That's it. So we'll see you tomorrow. Both rooms will be open live on the mic for me at 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now, YouTubers, the same thing.